right. Welcome to Open Discussion. Remember, guys, Open Discussion is a place where we come and we have open discussion. Everyone have a right to their own belief. We're not trying to change anyone's belief. Everyone have a right to their own belief. All we're doing, we having an open discussion where we have conversation and talk with each other. All right. So what's going on? ACC Texas Garden, what's going on? Thank you for being here, sis. What's going on? Thank you for that. All right. So guys, you see the topics tonight. The topic tonight is, should we trust compost that we did not make? Should we trust compost that we did not make? All right, guys, this is a topic. This is a topic that should be discussed because many people don't, there's a lot of new gardeners now getting into gardening and they need information. So this is not a topic. This is not a topic for people to get in their feelings. This is a topic that people could come in and learn. So I just hope that we can take it to that level and keep it to that level, where it's just informational purpose. We're not professional. This is informational purpose. Yes. I think I got some CC Texas Garden. I think I got some bad soil or compost. I don't know. My plant's not doing well. So let me ask you something, CC Texas Garden. Did you what happened? Did you buy compost or you make your own compost? Oh yes. Did you buy your compost or you make your own compost? Yes, because this is very important. Because yes, guys, depends on, you see, this is why you got to be careful today of where you get stuff. And the crazy thing about it is, even you ask question, it doesn't mean people gonna give you the correct answer. You see, because if someone trying to sell you something, they might just tell you, "Oh no, it's tell you what you want to hear." But at the end of the day, is it facts what they're saying to you? Okay. It was compost and cow manure I got from big box store. You see, and this is exactly what we're talking about. You know, I did a review on some compost, and what the review I did was which compost, which one is ready to feed the plant, like which one is ready, which one easy to melt away. You know what I'm saying? Like melt away and ready to feed the plant. That was the review I did. But I cannot give no deep information about the quality and where this compost come from. I cannot. You see what I'm saying? So this is why now we got to educate ourselves about these things, and especially the new gardeners. For instance, cow manure. Guys, hey Fifi Johnny, how you doing? Thank you for being here. For instance, cow manure, as we speak in the last life. Cow manure is a beautiful manure. Goat manure, sheep manure, chicken manure. All this is beautiful manure. But what we get into lawn, we get into lawn that people spray. I don't want to call the name of the products then because I don't want to feel like I'm you know, I'm not knocking nobody. It's a discussion we having that I think really need to be. I didn't. You didn't realize it was late? Wait, it's 8 o'clock, right? Yeah, 8 o'clock I start. Yes. So now, when the cow manure, right? The cow manure that you could buy by the big box store. No, we got to question. Did that grass that the feed that these cow ate with, that they, and the spray, did these cow spray, these people spray the weeds that the grass can grow? These are questions you got to ask yourself. You understand? It ain't got to be, see, it ain't got to be they spray anything, but it's something for you to think and ask yourself question. Yes, it's 8. I got sidetracked. Okay. Well, I know it's garden time. I understand. I know it's garden time, and people trying to do as much as they can within this time. I agree. Yes, so the manual, I don't want to call the name of the manual, guys. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure you guys know about the manual. But that manual, it's break the texture of the manual, it's breakdown, you know, it's almost ready to feed the plant, which many other one is just, it's like wood chip. It's like it still have wood chip inside of it. So the texture of it is good, but the only thing is I cannot guarantee that. Listen me, listen me, guys. You have some thing that they use to spray the grass. You don't want to hear about. I don't want to call their name, but this thing does not. It take time to come. Oh, when you take that and put that in your soil, do some research on it. It take time to get out of your soil. So now we got a question. We got question. Do these products that we buying or you get from someone, these manual that you get from someone, this is why you got to ask question. Did you spray them? What did you feed them with? Did you spray the grass? You have to ask these questions, because if you don't ask these questions, you could have situation. If someone's selling it to you, it should be a question. It should be a question. What is inside, or take the time to see what's in it. But the thing about it, they might tell you what's in it, but at the same time, they're not going to tell you, well, we were spraying the grass and this is how we keep down the weed. They're not going to do that. So if someone offered you free cow manure, free sheep manure, free goat manure, it's good that someone is offering you free manure. But ask, did you spray? Did these grass spray? That even the straw bale sometimes they get sprays as well. Then when the cow eat them, this thing is not coming out these straw bales. You check what I'm saying? These things is not coming out. Then the cow eat them and they let go that. No, say for instance, let me just refer. Let me read. I'm going to try to fix it. I planted some green beans in it. All right, I'm gonna give you some information in a little bit. Sissy Texas, how you could change your soil. But it might take a few, it's not gonna happen overnight, but I guarantee you it will change. Okay? Facts 100. They won't tell you everything if you don't ask. That's it. They will, and sometimes if you ask, they're not telling you. You check what I'm saying? No. For the people out there who want to buy cow, and you planning on buy cow or sheep or goat, right? If you're planning on buy cow, sheep or goat, and the purpose is I'm gonna buy them that I can get the manual from them. That's a good idea. But what you want to find out, you want to find out before you buy them. You want to know this. Yes, sorry for that. You want to know if the grass they've been fed with. Give me 1 second, guys. Yes, sorry, guys. This is a question. If you're planning and buy, oh, sorry, guys. Yes. One thing you want to know, guys, you want to ask this question. What have you been feeding these animal with that I'm trying to buy here? Have the grass fed, was the straw? Did they spray them? The grass in the field, did they spray them? You want to know that because guess what? Remember, if this cow eat this food, right, and it been eating this food for a period of time, when you take it by you, please do not use the first, I'll say, give it at least 2 3 weeks, at least 2 3 weeks before you start using that manual. At least let it get that out its system. Let it get it out its system, and you start feeding it with your food that you want it to feed from. Let it get out this system before you start using that compost. Because, say for instance, you buy the compost, you buy the cow, but where the cow was eating grass that was sprayed with chemical, right? No, when the cow come by, it still have that grass, it still have food in its stomach, and it's let it go by you. Please take it up, get rid of it, because you might take that and spread it out in your garden, and that come a situation for you. So if you're planning on buying cows, goat, sheep for your garden, you want the manual for garden, even though, say for instance, you don't ask the person what they used to feed them with, or if you ever sprayed before, even though you don't know that, you take it up on yourself and say, you know what? The first 2 3 weeks, I'm throwing away all the compost that it the dung that it let out. Because you don't want that in your garden, because I'm hearing many complain about this product that people get manual and just spread it out in their garden, and it destroy their crop. And the thing about it, you're not getting it out overnight. So I'm saying, guys, should we trust compost that we knows nothing about? Could we wholeheartedly recommend a compost and say it's perfect, perfect, that you could tell someone else it's good? Like I said, I did a review, but my review wasn't about perfect. My review was about breaking down which one break down faster. But I cannot tell you it's perfect for your garden unless I make it. So it's a question. Do you think you should trust compost that you didn't come from you, didn't go in from your yard, that you know, all right, I feed them with this, I do that, you know exactly what you give them? Should we really trust that today? Planter, do you have No, I don't, but I was planning. I was planning to get a couple of them, but no, I don't right at this moment. I have an area they want to put two of them on. Just let the feed and just let go, just richen up the soil over there. But I didn't do it because when you have cow, you got to be present at most of the time. You can't just have them and gone. You got to make sure you're able to be there and make sure they're okay. You don't know it goes already. So yes, I was planning, but because of I know I'm not gonna be there every day, I decide not to. But it is a good manure. But all I'm saying is we have to question. We got to ask question. If someone call you and say, "Well, I have some manure here, man," because guess what? There's people that have manure just pile up and giving it away for free. All you got to do, get your truck, and sometimes they will load it for you. Some people even selling it. Some people you could go and buy a truckload. But you have to ask question. You see, you definitely have to ask question. I have no advice because I don't use these days. It's go to ask question even with an answer, still pay attention. Yeah, I agree. I don't really use them, but I'm just for the people. Because the honest truth, many people out there trying to grow food and they don't realize the depths of what's going on. And some people will just go, oh, let me get these manure, or somebody might say, okay, this manure is really rich and healthy. And they might just grab that. But no, we want to know before we tell someone it's perfect. I only could say it break down easy. I cannot tell you it's good. Okay? All right. Cow hours, definitely, definitely. That's the reason I decide I'm not getting any. That was my plan. My plan was to get two of them and just let them go surround the place. They had the water, they could have go and get it. But I cannot be there or that regular. So I decide not to. Because yes, there is responsibility. Yes. So when we're talking about compost, because listen to me, I understand not everyone gonna their make their own compost. I know there's people who wanna be buying their compost. So this is why this topic is for us to come together and have conversation about these topics so people could have a more inner depth of what's going on. So it put them in a place to ask questions. Like this topic tonight, if anyone listening and want to buy compost, this topic will make them ask questions instead of just going, okay, read and pull it up. They're gonna ask questions. And even on YouTube, even in live, you come in live, and people you could ask questions. Nothing wrong with asking questions. But if to me, if you don't see how the compost make, I cannot trust it 100%. I cannot trust it if you don't know how it make. So I don't know for anyone. I know for myself, I'm not trusting these things if I ain't see how it make. And I understand when I look, because the way I garden, a lot of people don't garden like that, and they don't have the space. They don't have, the trees and all these things to naturally create their own little compost. I know that there's people who growing out a balcony. There's people who growing in apartment. There's people who trying. So these life is for people who cannot make their own compost, who basically have to go to the store and buy some compost. So this life is for edu help give these people information that they could make good, better choices on their compost. Maybe, maybe this kind of life might put people to want to make their own compost instead of buying. Making their own compost. At least they know what's in the compost, they know what they're buying, and they know what they're getting. But I always talk about soil and the importance of soil. So your compost is important as well. The compost is important as well. You still got to watch what you put around your plants, because this is what your compost supposed to help maintain your soil. This is what your compost supposed to do. Help maintain, to able to give the plants what they need, to able to grow to maturity and produce fruits or food, whatever it produce, or leaf, whatever it produce. So the compost supposed to be helping it. So, as I will say, if someone giving you free compost, if someone giving you, if you buying it, if you go to an area and someone have compost selling by the truckload, ask some question. What type of food you feed a cow with? Did the grass ever sprayed with, I don't even want to call the name them guys. With these things, did the grass ever been sprayed? Did the straw ever been sprayed? Did all ask these questions? So you have an understanding. It's either they tell you the truth or they tell you, but you believe to yourself, you question it. Maybe they're lying or maybe it's true. You see, so it's a decision, it's a long-term decision, it's a long-term decision you have to make. It is a long-term decision you got to make. All right? Because don't get, and I just want you guys to understand this topic is not about knocking people. This topic is about information. This topic is about educating ourselves when command is what we're talking about. This is why it's called open discussion. It's not for anyone to come and feel like like no. It's a topic that should be discussed, especially for the new gardeners, people who now trying to grow something. And then you have a lot of people who fully well want to grow their thing natural, but they don't know. They don't know. They believe they could just grab some from the store and they're good with that. You see what I'm saying? So this topic is to help people understand you have choices. You have choices and you can make decision. You have choices with what type of compost you want to use. and you could make decision with whatever one you decide to choose. But at the end of the day, we want what's best for ourselves. And I want what best for me, and I also want what best for others. Because if we all grow our food that it can give us what we want, we will be living in a better place, a better world, because we wouldn't be so much disease, so much sickness, so much, because our food should be our wealth, our health. So I'm gonna move from this topic, but I'm gonna change, go to a couple topics tonight. But this topic is important, very important, and yes, people actually need, because people asking these questions. People actually asking these questions because, and not that they want to know. So if we're trying to help the people, these are topics we should have. Hey, live from scratch, what's going on? Thank you for being here. What's going on? Yes, this topic is very interesting topic. And cow manure, rabbit manure, goat manure, sheep manure, chicken manure is good manure. It is good manure. But you still got to look into what they eat. You see what I'm saying? And what being sprayed. If you doing it yourself, you stand a better chance of knowing. But if you're not, like I see some people just be selling they sell rabbit manure, they sell goat manure, they sell sheep manure. But now you still want to know what these goat was eating or what the rabbit was eating. So that's all I'm saying, because whatever they eat is where they letting go, and that's what you taking and put in your compost, and that is what you're using and feed your animal. Number one, you got to remember, whatever thing goes in that food, you understand, going right in. So it's like a recycle. You eat, you let it out, it comes right back to some. You see what I'm saying? It comes right back. They eat, let it out, and it go through the plant, come right back, and it come right back. So at the end of the day, it's just a topic for us to think. For us to think. That doesn't mean you cannot find good cow manure. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm sure there's people out there who will not spray any grass to feed their cow. I'm sure there's many people out there who will not spray grass to feed their animal. So it's out there, but just like how we got to find where we want and where we think is best, it's the same thing with you. You got to ask question and try find who can give you the right product you need. All right. Hey, Urban Harvest, how you doing? Okay. I grew up using different type of animal manure, which was all organic. It was the best. This is why I made my own chicken compost. Well, that's the thing. And this is exactly what I'm saying. When you do it yourself, you know what's in there. You know what's in there, so you ain't got to worry yourself. But when you buying it, you don't know. Hello, Food Forest. Hello, Urban Gardening Chronicles. How you doing? Thank you guys for being here. Right? So we know this is the thing. Once we doing it, we know what's going there. We know what we feed in our animal. We know for sure. But do we know what these things are feed? We don't know. And then let me tell you something. Let me tell you how people operate. I'm not saying this is what these people do, right? I'm just saying, hey, pescatarian God, now how you doing? Thank you for being here. Yes, I'm just saying. I remember, I remember people used to rail animal, right? And for instance, like you're railing, say you're railing a pig, right? If you want the pig to get solid because you railing the pig to sell, and the more pounds you get from the pig is the more money. So what people used to do, they used to give the pig, give them a little salt in their food, not too much, a little salt. So the salt gonna make them more solid. So you see what I'm saying? That's just something to think about, right there. That's just something to think about. So, and it's true. This is why I cannot eat meat and them things. I just got to stay away from it because I don't trust too much thing. And whatever you give, say you giving these animal medicine and all this thing coming out and going right back to you. So should we trust the compost if we did not make it? That's a question for really ask ourselves. Hey, G Mama Grows, how you doing? Thank you for being here. You see, should we trust today, in today world, the compost that we did not make? We don't know how it make, we ain't see it. Should we just take people words today and just believe, oh yes, this is what's inside it? Should we believe that someone gonna put on the label that we use certain chemical to spray the grass, so we expect that these things might be inside of it and don't use it for? No, we're not gonna get these information. So this is why we got to go into ourselves. Hey boy Blue, how you doing? Thank you for being here, man. What's up? Yes, this is why we got to go into ourselves now and think, and then we make decision. Because like I said, not everyone can make their own compost. Not everyone. Or not everyone have the room to make their own compost. So we understand that. So for the people who can make their own compost, they know what they're doing. They see what they're doing. They know what they're feeding their with. But the people who not making the compost and who got to go to and buy need this information. You see what I'm saying? Because the truth is, yes, thank you, sis. I appreciate that. Yes, the truth is, we all trying to eat a little healthy, and we all trying to grow some healthy food at times. You know what I'm saying? We're trying, but we also know not everyone will able to do it. But this is why we come in and having these discussions that can make people aware and know that you have choices. Instead of you just believe that you can buy it, you can make a little space in your backyard and do your own little thing. Not much. And do your own little thing. Eddie Mood, what's going on? Thank you for being here. And make your own in your little area, in your little backyard, in a container. You could even have a container in your backyard covered on, giving it air from time to time, creating your own compost. Then you could also, the food that you grow, the truth is, I cannot recommend, I would not recommend the food that you buy in your compost. But at the same time, I cannot tell you not to do that. But the food you grow, the food you peel, the whatever leftover food you peel, the peeling, the potato skin, all these things you can put in your compost pile and let it break down. Many people use meat. I cannot recommend meat for that. But all I'm saying, you can do your little own compost. You have choice to do your own little compost in a corner if you have the space and you know what's going in it. But can we really trust the compost that we actually paying for today? Can we trust that? Well, if it's a question you're asking yourself, then you got to do some research on the grass that the spray that I think oh, I had a name right down. What the name of one again? But I don't really want to call the names then because I don't want no one believe I'm pointing finger at them with their product. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is having conversation that we can discuss, that we can look into, that we could think what really in these bags, that we could say, you know, that these, yes, the grass fed, these grass fed animals, yes, we see them grass fed. But what we didn't know, if they spray the grass to keep down the weeds, because there's things you could do that. Because someone come up to me one time and tell me that, oh, you see these weeds, that's my dandelion and them. They call my dandelion weed that grows up. You see, like in the front yard, dandelion does grow up. But every minute, you know what I mean? He was telling me, you know what? We have a product that we can just spray it and all you will have your beautiful lawn. All these weeds, you're not going to be seeing them. I say, what? I said, no, sir. That's okay. That's okay. So believe it or not, it's true that they actually have things out there that can eliminate the weeds and just the grass grow beautiful. So it's something you got to look into. Right. This one that's on the screen, thank you, Fifi. The only recommendation I can give with this one, and this is the only recommendation. The only recommendation I can give with this, the way it feel like it's breakdown. You know what I'm saying? It break down and ready to feed your plant. Treat around your plant with some good shower. Yes, it might ready to feed your plant, but I cannot give the history of this product, and that's why I cannot tell you it's 100% good. I only can tell you, which I did a review, that it breaks down the texture, but I cannot give you the history. I cannot tell you if the cow was eating natural grass or whatever it was eating. And these are the things we need to know, especially when we're growing our own food and we want to know what we actually intaking, what we actually putting around our soil. And guys, you don't want to get entangled with these things because they do not get out your soil. There's ways to get it out. Yes, one guy had that situation, was a serious problem, and I help him. And we did get rid of it. I'm going to tell you guys the leaf you can use, what you can use and how you do it. You could get it out, but it's not going to happen overnight. That's all I could tell you, right? So be careful of the compost you use and you buy. Educate yourself about them, because at the end of the day, it's your body that food is ending up into. To be honest, to be on the safe side, I would say purchase in late summer when it's available for next spring to make sure it properly composts. Well, a situation like that, like you purchase it, you put it out in the rain and the sun. Let the rain and the sun beat it. Beat it until, so by that time, it might lick something out of it. So if you buy it the year before, put it outside that the rain and the sun could deal with it. But we're going to talk a little about that in a minute. Are the ingredients on the bags? I'm just asking because I don't use it. You see, the honest truth is, I don't really, just like me too, Jim Mama, I don't use them. So I don't even know the ingredients. But you know what? It's important to know the ingredients. It's important to know the ingredients because you want to know what's inside it. You see? But still, we want to know if these ingredients is natural or the food was ever sprayed. We need all these information. You know what I'm saying? But yes, ingredients is important. Exactly. I'm stocking up now on soil, compost, and mulch. Okay. All right. Also, price maybe go up. So compost now. I'm sure price will be going up. I'm sure of that because they're getting to understand that everybody trying to grow something now. They know that. Do you see how the plants is actually going up the price? Yes. Let the earthworms walk it up for you. Exactly. Okay. I use grass clipping for compost and mulching. That's a good idea. And you see, grass clipping break down even faster than leaf. The grass clipping break down even faster than leaf. Some people, the honest truth, some people that say run a lawnmower through the grass, to the leaf, and it might chip it up. But I don't do that. And my leaf them break down pretty fine. But everyone do their own thing in their own way. Yes, grass clippings are good with chicken and they break that down. Definitely. That's the thing. You guys have the opportunity to make your own. You know what you're using, you know what you're doing, you know what you're feeding with, you know all of that. So you ain't got to go and face the store with these things. But the people, man, the people who actually want to garden and want to learn and want to know what to do and what to use. And all I can tell you guys is if you have a space in your garden, in your backyard, try and make your own compost. Try and make your own compost. At least you know what's in that compost. And I'm going to tell you guys this again. Many people use different things to break down their compost. I can't knock anyone. You do what works for you, right? So many people add meats, people add meat, people add all different type of stuff. But you'll be surprised that the monkey insect get up into some leaf without you add anything to it. Just throw your pile of leaf there and leave it there. And your grass clipping, leave it there. And you will be surprised the amount of worm you see, the amount of bugs, the amount of all different type of bugs that you might never seen before find their way up in that compost pile. So everybody do it their own way, but I don't use anything. I just, in my raised bed, I don't just throw the leaf them in my raised bed and just cover them and leave them. Just like with chicken feed, I buy it, say organic, but would it be surprised if it's revealed that there are other things in there? No, that's why I free range my chicken. Well, number one, you still can't trust everything that they see. So number one, wholeheartedly, I'm not gonna believe them 100%. But my thing is, even though you're in a situation where you have to buy it, and you try to buy the one with that more organic, that's what you're looking for. You're trying to get the one that's more natural. Then, like you do, you give them grass, you give them feed from your garden, you let them free range all these. That helps. That helps a whole lot. You see? Because we don't know. At the end of the day, you still don't know. Just like they tell you organic food, you still don't know if it's actually organic food or not, or it just have on a label that say organic. So we don't know, but my thing is, you just got to do what you got to do. Yes, and some pines shrive if you don't have dry leaf, black gold, okay. My thing is, you see, back home, you see, I grew up, right? But even though you're feeding them with corn, you got to be growing ton load of corn. So at the end of the day, you just got to do what you got to do. See, sometimes you just still got to buy the feed. But at the end of the day, don't just depend on the feed. You do your own little, feed them with your own little extra things. You see? La, them feed is expensive. Just I could imagine. But back home, what they used to do, they used to boil rice. Like the rice, they will boil the rice instead of give them the hard grain rice. They boil it and they throw it to them and they eat that corn. You grind the corn, you give it to them. But that could be some challenging, so I understand. But at the end of the day, you're doing what's best for you. You're trying, and at the end of the day, you still doing what's best for you. I make compost tea with grass clippings, red clover root, dandelion root, and my natural soil. I mix it till with rainwater and let marinate for 2 to 3 days. All right. Whatever work for you, man. Okay. Yes, guys. So all I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, topic like these is important. Topic like these is very important, especially to the people who do not able to make compost, to the people who trying to have a healthy garden, to the people who trying to eat healthy, to the people who just want to know what is best. All I can say, if somebody giving you free compost or even you buying it, you should ask some question. Ask some question, especially if you're buying it. Someone have a pile, a whole area with manure just lying there and they're selling, and you feel like you want some, it might do good for your garden. Ask some question. Ask question that people can answer and help you make better choice. All right? Ask some question that you could make better choice. Because my thing is, I cannot recommend anything out there and tell you that it's 100% organic and it works perfect. I cannot do that. I only could tell you about the things that I use. Yes, what I use work perfect. Leaf, tree trunk, grass clipping work perfect for me. So that's, if you notice, that's what I keep pushing. This is what I keep. For years I'm on YouTube, and this is all I push. Leaf, tree trunk, that's all I use. I'm not interested in chemical. I'm not interested in anything I don't know how it made. I'm not interested. If I make it, I believe. And if I make it, I'm not interested, because I believe in, I see food. I see food, and I don't care what part of the world you are. I see food grow years upon years upon years, the same way I'm growing it today. Same way I'm growing it today, I've seen it. No, I watch my parents grow food, all type of food. We have a farm, all type of food, they raise all type of animal. And I watch them. They was using cow manure. That's the difference of me. That's the difference of me and a lot of people, even back in the days. The difference is I do not use no cow manure and these things. They was using cow manure, sheep manure, goat manure, chicken manure, which was good. Don't get me wrong. Which was good. You see? Which was good. But today, so much years after, I go back to beyond that, where they use the leaf, the body of the tree trunk. To listen to me. I don't know if you guys, I don't know if you guys understand of bringing a clay soil, transforming a clay soil, being patient, being disciplined, because believe it or not, I see so much product out there that people recommend to me. Oh, this could, no, I say, nope, nope. I'm going to continue do what I'm doing, because while I was doing it, I was seeing result. So if I'm seeing result, why am I going to be changed and I'm seeing result? So this is the only thing I can recommend to anyone that I know for a fact works. Leaf, rotten tree trunk, grass clippings, they work. Don't get me wrong. I'm not telling you that cow manure, chicken manure, goat. I'm not saying that's not good manure. Don't get me wrong, because remember, I tell you, that's what they used to use back in the days. But once you able to control how it fed, it's different than if you don't have an idea how it fed. You see what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you the one knowing what it is, instead of have no knowledge. Hey, Lashos Johnny, how you doing? Thank you for being here. Planta, I just enjoy seeing you using the insider of the rotten tree trunk. I have my eyes on some tree trunk in the woods behind my fence. Well, I've been doing that for years. Listen to me. Sometimes you listen to me. I used to be jogging these tree trunk on my shoulder. You know what I'm saying? from bringing them out the bushes on my shoulder. I used to have these damn tree trunks pumping, you know what I mean? And just burying them, burying them, burying them. So the thing about organic garden is very lots of manual work, and it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hard work, physical work. You see what I'm saying? Even mentally, because you also got to be focused and disciplined, because I'm telling you, there's so much product out there somebody gonna tell you about and introduce you to, that you will catch yourself start using them. So my thing was, I had also shut people out, just shut them out, and I'm not interested. I don't want to hear. Please, I don't want to hear about that product. Please, just to get me to that place. No, the soil is a place where everything I plant grows. You see, everything I plant grows. Everything I plant shoot up in the sky. You see, pepper tree, 7 feet. I'm still waiting to see. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that I grow the tallest pepper tree, and I'm not saying that. But right now, I grow pepper tree 7 feet tall plus. And I'm trying to see, which this year I'm going to be doing the same thing. And I'm just trying to know if there's someone out there that grow pepper maybe 8 feet, maybe 10 feet, maybe, you check what I'm saying. But why I'm saying this, I'm saying this in the form of using natural product, what natural product could do in your garden. This is why I'm saying this. What natural product could do in your garden. And the thing about it is, when you understand soil, when you know about soil and you understand soil, you could repeat the same process every year. Once you understand your soil and you know when your soil lack of something, you could repeat the same process. You see what I'm saying? So why I'm saying this is, I'm just saying this because I'm just telling you guys, you can grow a garden without using so much of these things that we have no idea what's inside them. That's all I'm saying. And my garden prove over and over and over that you can still produce big vegetables, big fruits from natural soil. So if it's me, that's all I want to know. Once I know that, that's what I'm doing. Once I have the access, the reason why I wouldn't tell people, the reason why I would not tell people, yes, I see you lifting those huge tree tongue. Yeah, them is some heavy, believe it or not. But I want them, you see what I'm saying? My pepper tree are not tall, but they are loaded with peppers. All right. My can is full, just waiting for them to turn color, waiting for African chill to turn so I can collect seed. All right, that's the next thing again, guys. That's good, Urban. That's wonderful. That's the next thing again. The next thing again, collecting seeds. You don't want to see my new collection this year. Just this year. Forget about any other thing. Forget about last year. Forget about all these years. This year alone, you don't want to see the amount of seed I already harvest. Harvest as much as you can. As a gardener, you should not be buying seed every year. The only thing is, if you're trying to get a new plant, then. But other than that, you shouldn't be buying seed. You shouldn't be buying seed. And you know, man, let me shout out a few people tonight. Because the truth is, I like to see people try. You know what I mean? I like to see people try, and I like to see people give other people courage. You see what I'm saying? So basically, I watch, I watch people from time to time, their videos from time to time. Busy time, I really cannot watch every video, but I try. But this is some I watch and I see the motivation. Motivation, I love motivation because motivation take you to other levels. You see what I'm saying? Motivation take you to other levels. So I like to go on other levels, not just remain here. So if what you're saying can take me to another level, thumbs up. That's what I like. Information that can take me from where I'm at to another level. Yes. So, yes, guys. So, gardening season, it didn't finish. Still going on. Now we have fall gardening coming. And I do believe that if anyone trying to do a fall garden, I don't think you should be buying seed either. Well, if you have to. But what reason why I'm saying that, no, not seed, starts, I mean. Why I'm saying that now is the right time to set seed. You still have the heat. You still have the coldness is not here. So you still have the heat to sow seed. So now is the right time. So by the time the coldness come and the plants them don't reach a certain height, you getting ready for plant them and you already know that they can deal with the cold weather. So now is the time if you're trying to do a fall garden. I'm not really doing a fall garden because my garden's still full of food even during the fall. So, and then that's the time I use to bring maintain my soil for the following year. So I try to grow as much during the spring and the summer that I can rest, walk on the soil in the winter. In the fall, then I get back in the winter and start to plant cabbage, collard greens, broccoli, that them kind of stuff I plant in the winter. So happy gardening to everyone. And like I said, the bugs them could be challenging, but please don't give up. All right. I have seen so many strange bugs this year. It's on another level, but guess what? I'm still eating, still harvesting. Don't give up. Yes, guys. So how you guys doing, man? What's going on? How your garden going? What's going on? Have you been harvesting? Have you been getting good harvests? Talk to me, guys. What's going on? All right. Gardening season is here, man. Food, herbs. And I'm hoping for the people who was in the herb garden challenge, I'm hoping that you guys still have them herbs going. I'm hoping that you have harvest, you have stored, you have, and you just drinking fresh tea every morning. Then you have spice, you have fresh spice, you have seasoning. You know what I'm saying? Lots of harvesting, wonderful. You have seasoning, you have everything. So I hope this challenge was something. And don't forget, guys, 2024. We definitely going again with this herb garden challenge. It's gonna begin on the 4th of March and end on the 25th of June. And then on the 30th, same like last year, we will be having that prize giveaway. Herbs, pepper, cucumber, tomato, and now the work of pepper, preserve them all. That's the next thing. It's not just harvesting, it's preserving and putting away that you could have food. When you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes we harvest, but then after harvest, it's so much. Listen to me. It's so much food. Which day? Not yesterday. The day before. I just went in the garden, walk around. When I done, I coming out with a tub of food. And when I look, I remember there's an old couple. There's an old couple, and I just take the whole container and just carry it and give them. I mean, it's a good feelings. I mean, I do it every year, but it's a good feelings. And I feel good giving them because there's older people. The younger people, I'm giving seeds. I'm giving seeds. That's what I'm doing. And in October, I'm gonna be having I'm gonna have a nice, but only for gardeners. It's only for gardeners. I'm not giving a packet, something like this, to just anyone. You gotta be in the garden. You gotta be ready to plant. Are you in the garden growing stuff? But I'm gonna give you a package of seed. I'm just gonna give a package of seed, and this package of seed is organic. When they talk about organic seed, this is what this seed is. This is what you call organic. The seed I'm seeing today, I have no idea what kind of seed it is. I don't know if they're organic. I don't know if they're not. I don't know anything about them. I know about the ones them that I have because I've been growing them for years and they never mix up with anything. Same type of seeds. So that's organic seeds. I'm going to bless somebody, but you got to be in the garden. You only if you growing food, not just giving them for put away. It's only if you growing food. All right. That's wonderful. Yes, I mean I do it all the while. I used to do it more. I just cut it down now. The older people I don't mind, but the younger people is seeds. It's seeds I'm giving them. The older people, I give them the food. The younger ones, seeds. The bibam smell good. Yes, bibam smell wonderful. Definitely. Yes. You know what? Guys, I went in my mansion. And I realized, I don't go in my mansion. So, guys, if I never say thank you, I'm sorry. You understand? I went in my mansion and I realized how many people mention my channel or mention or share my videos or share my life. I didn't never realize that. And I went in there and I've realized that people, the people that share my video, share my life, and I wasn't even aware of it to say thank you. But I want to say thank you guys for even taking the time out to press that button share and even to write something and say check out Plant a Garden Life. I appreciate that. I don't check my mention, but now I check it and I see. You know, I just want to let you guys know I'm truly grateful for that. Truly grateful. And if you feel like, damn, I share what plant and he ain't even say thanks, it's because he didn't know. You see? So I just want to say thanks each and everyone for that. I appreciate it because you guys didn't have to take the time out to do that. So I appreciate you guys. You know, I'm gonna call out a few channels tonight. I'm gonna shout out a few channels tonight. And guys, just do your thing, be yourself, and just do your thing. You understand? Yes. It's great. I'm just grateful. I'm just grateful. And I'm just sorry that I did not see these mentioned that I could have said thank you guys. But now I see, I will say thank you all for all them shares, mention. Truly appreciate you guys. Yes. Thank you guys so much. Thank you all. Appreciate you all. Because you guys didn't have to do it. Didn't have to do it. You know, man, I'm telling you, man. Life is funny, man. I tell you that. Life is funny as hell. But anyhow, you know, when I checked, I was doing a live recently. I did live late night live. I did a couple. I did a couple late night live in this week gone by, and it was fun. It was actually fun. Late night live, 11, 12, yes, and it was actually fun. And then I realized, no, I hear someone was talking about their mention, and then I decide to school should have mentioned them. Then I'm realizing, damn, what even while I'm live, I'm getting share out and never even know it. You see? So all I miss my Renaissance grandma. Shout out to you, my Miss Renaissance grandma. I appreciate you. I never know you share me out so much. You know what I mean? I appreciate you. But thank you. I could not thank you before because I never know. Thank you. I appreciate you. Shout out to you, Fifi Johnny, for sharing these live and, you know, sharing videos, believe it or not. I truly appreciate you. I never even realized that you guys was actually sharing the live them and so. So thank you so much, Fifi Johnny. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. The everyday life of an Usi district. Thank you for sharing the lives, for mentioning me in videos, for even sharing my videos. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Man, it's so much. You know what I'm saying? But I call out a few tonight from time to time. Okay. Hey, thank you, D Mood. I see you. Man, I appreciate you too, D Mood. Thank you so much. And D Mood, I remember you showed me a video. You showed me a video with potato, right? You showed me a video how you growing your potato indoors, how you start your potato. And I follow what you said, and my potato them was growing beautiful. So I'm not gonna take the credit for it, I'm gonna say thank you for giving me that idea, because I use the idea, and believe it or not, I able to plant. I get so much vines. These things produce so much vines. I was able to have to plant a nice area of sweet potato. Thank you for that. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Hey, Urban Gardening, thank you, sis. I meet you when last year? I meet you last year. Yes, last year I meet you. Was last year or the year before? But anyhow, thank you for your support. I appreciate you. You always coming through. I truly appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Appreciate you guys for real. Okay, let me see. I gotta go in my thing for remember everyone. But guys, I ain't gonna lie. I appreciate you guys. Listen me, you guys support me a lot. And thank you all for the support. You know what I'm saying? Yes, we all garden different, but at the same time, we growing something. We all growing something. And we should be able to learn something from each other. And yes, this is me. I'm not going to sit down here and watch someone show me how to do something and I take it and say, no, it's me. No. That man showed me on his was a live I was doing. Hey Destiny says, what's up? The move. He was doing a live. And while he doing the live, he showed me planter and he showed me the potato, and the potato them was looking so beautiful. You know what I'm saying? And I say, you know what? I get a file pan, put dirt inside it, and I stuck some potato inside of it. And guess what? The vines them was just running like crazy. So I was able to plant a nice patch of sweet potato. Yes. Hey, Destiny Osis, thank you, Destiny Osis. Destiny Osis is a post, always checking from time to time for a long time now in my lives. Them, thank you, Destiny Osis, for coming through. Appreciate you. Listen me, man. Listen me. Thank everyone. Maybe I cannot mention everyone tonight, but I will. Thank everyone for all the support. Thank everyone for knowing I'm here on Thursday and always here. Man, thank you guys. I appreciate that. You know, thank you, Fifi. I truly appreciate always here, supporting, always helping me out with the moderator, being a moderator. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thanks each and everyone. Thanks each and everyone. All I can say to you guys is just keep on pushing. Just keep on doing what you're doing. There's always someone out there trying to learn something or interested in something. And let me put these links in the chat. Okay. Okay, Renaissance Grandma, okay. Oh, see this, all right. Yes, sir, each one teach each one, I agree. Hey, African G, man, how you doing? What's going on? Thank you for being there, man. Yes, guys. So, man, just trying to appreciate people in this little moment, you know what I'm saying? Thanks everyone for the support, man. Thank you guys for remembering me here on a Thursday. Yes, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys, man. You know, we always try to keep it positive. We always try to make sure that when we do a live, we try to make sure that you could leave with some kind of positive, something positive that you learn something. You know what I mean? Sometimes we do have our fun time on the other channel, on my other channel, but here we just kind of keep it with the information, and that you could always come and get some information, especially on gardening. We here, man. We here. Yes, and now the summer is, I don't know, man. The other morning I get up and it was pretty cold outside. Not pretty cold, not pretty cold. But what I'm saying, in time like this, the weather don't be, you don't feel coldness maybe till in the September, down in September. But right now, man, I don't know how the weather gonna be this year. To me, it seems like a lot of things change. The weather pattern has changed, so I don't know, man. But the garden season is getting close to end, and we're going into the fall, and now we're getting ready to do the fall garden. But like I will always mention, guys, prep your soil in the fall, into the winter, and leave it in the spring. When the spring come, your soil will be in a good place, ready for you to plant. Prep your soil that your soil can be good for the spring. You want good production? Prep your soil in the fall, winter. Leave it until the spring. You're gonna get beautiful production. Just do that every year. Man, your soil should maintain in the fall, not in the spring. In the spring, in the spring, when you're giving the plant food in the spring, remember this food got to break down, and in order for the plant to feed from that. So if you do that you have time to break down, and all the micro and all them things come together and create that soil prepare and ready for the spring. Don't wait until the spring to start to prep soil. That's not a good idea. What you're doing there, you're getting it ready for the following year. Prep it the year before. If your containers, you could do that with your containers as well. We don't have a summer this year, but this fall weather feel pretty good, and the garden is loving it. That's good. Them plant don't really love that heat, It's just certain plant love heat. But certain plant really don't love that heat. That heat is something. And I get a lot of heat this year too. But plants still doing well. Tonight is the start of cold night. We're going down to the 60s for next 5 days. Tonight going to be really damn 59, 60. That's some cold weather right there. Okay. What I'm gonna do now, I don't know if anyone feel like coming up tonight, but I'm gonna drop the link, and if you feel like come up and see something about your garden and how your garden going, and feel free. All right. I've been getting upper 50s since July. Man, I get some heat this year, I tell you. Listen to me. I get some serious heat this year. Not this year alone, every year. It ain't just this year alone. Every year. All right. The link is there. If anyone want to come up and maybe share some information about their garden, that's cool. Maybe Dion should talk about his discovery. The mood you have a discovery. Well, if you that's if you feel like, brother. I'm not pressing you. If you feel like, you can come up and share whatever you feel like. No pressure. Hmm? Yeah, come up, man. But no pressure. At the same time as if you feel like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Hey, the mood you're going on, boy. Like you're sleeping, man.
Yeah, I'm laying down. I'm laying down. So I can't see the chat because I'm on my phone, but I see Fifi don't put me on blast here. So what she talking about was I saw these fruit. So I took a picture and I sent it to her because I didn't know what it was. So she thought I
Mm.
was playing. So she's like, "Stop playing with me." I was like, "Okay, no, no, no. What is it?" And she told me I have passion fruit. So I have natural passion fruits growing on the side of my property that I did not plant. They just showed up. I'm thinking the birds dropped them there, whatever the case may be, but I didn't plant these darn fruits. Excuse my bear. This my wife bear. I don't know, I share a bed with a wife and a bear. I can't hear you, farmer. Planter. You on mute or I'm
Yes.
on mute?
No, I was on mute. So this it continue every year. I the first time you see it.
This is the first year I've seen it. Because the reason why normally every year I weed out all the stuff, all the bushes from that side. Because a lot of times it be wild raspberries and wild thorn bushes. So I try to keep the thorn bushes at bay. So I just weed that area out. But this year I said, you know what? Let me let it grow because another thing that I noticed was the deer would just go over there and eat. So I am wondering if that's what they were attracted to over there.
Hmm. So maybe it was there. So wait, hold on. So that basically could be a cold hardy passion fruit then.
And that's what Fifi told me. It must be a perennial. It got to be cold hardy because if it just showed up on its own without you doing nothing, that's probably native to right there.
That's interesting.
And I found two black walnut trees, and I mean, I got so many black walnut. I had to look it up on the internet. I'm like, what the hell is a black walnut? And I found out that the meat is very delicious. It's like a walnut, but what's
Hmm.
really impressive about it is the skin is good for fighting parasites.
Hold on, that's the one with the green skin and the
Yeah, the one with
seeds.
the one with the green skin. Man, I got a tree that's loaded with it, loaded. And so now, because I was wondering, okay, so when do you start picking it? And they said when you start seeing them fall on the ground on their own. Man, around the tree, I'm gonna do a video so everybody can see what I'm talking about. Man,
I
between
have one. I have one
okay,
of them tree. It does. Man, when you see the ground is all over. It
yeah,
dropping, it dropping. My tree is really tall.
man, I can't get away from this beer, man. I mean, this the jealousy is real. I mean, I only get half the bed, and him and wifey take up the other half of the bed. I'm just with her, but he here. I
Okay.
I won this stupid beer at a carnival for her when me and her started dating. So now I've been with my wife 30 years. So this is an old beer. He been around a
Wow.
long time.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you why I don't why because when I used to go on deployments and I used to go on trips for the military, I didn't used to be home. So he was the protector of the home. That was her man.
Mm.
So me and him cool.
Okay, okay.
But I wanted to talk with you real quick. That's why I came up was about your your composting method. And I would say I found your channel last year. That's when I first found you. I don't know how it showed up on my thing, but I found you. And you were given you were using the rotten wood, the one that you had buried and had broken down, and you were saving it. And I was like, because I had already stopped using the black cow. I had an incident with it. There's some stuff that I saw that I didn't like. And when I went and asked, because I actually sent an email to Black Cow to the company, and they answered me in a roundabout way. They wouldn't come direct with certain questions. I said, okay, is your product organic? Da 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 da. I said, y'all are putting this out as a product, but um, what are y'all feeding them cows? They may be organic, but what are you putting into their stomach that they, putting back out? Because they pass out whatever you eat, you give them. And I don't know what y'all are spraying on whatever y'all giving them. So because of how they answered me, I just stopped using their product. I didn't say it was bad. I didn't say it was good. I just
Mm.
didn't like how they answered me, but they didn't answer me. You know what I'm saying? So I said, okay, if you gotta hide behind your answers, I'm just gonna go ahead and not put my money into your product. There was a product that I used to use, and it was called mushroom compost. Well, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think a lot of people were using mushroom compost because ain't much so much you can do. Either it's mushroom or it ain't. And so a lot of the box stores they just discontinue doing it. So
Mm.
what I started doing was I started doing wood compost, but I wasn't composting it myself. I was buying it from a company out of Maryland.
Mm.
Now I have to trust that the wood that they're composting is not diseased, is not whatever. And so when I ran into your video, and I'm like, wait a minute, I'm buying bagged wood, and Planter is getting it out of his backyard, and I'm like, my house is sitting on an acre and a half. I'm like, wait a minute, I could do the same thing. So that's what inspired me to do my Hoover mount. And so I dug a 4 foot deep hole. I, I know my neighbors thought I'd probably dig in a grave. I dug this 4 foot deep hole. My wife was like, "What? This man done lost his mind." But you know what? She came out there and helped me. And all this wood that I had chopped down in the yard. I mean, I had pine wood, but I made sure that they were rotting. They weren't green. They were drying out. And I loaded all of them in the bottom. And all the dirt that I dug up, I dumped it back in there, and grass and leaves. And I'm telling you, man, that thing worked great. But what I also noticed, the trees that were the branches that were breaking down, I was pulling those out, breaking them up, and they were like dust. And I would mix that with my grass clipping. So I would say this: my compost of choice right now is my grass clippings. I try to deny that it worked until I see that it works. I did a video in July where I showed people my my grass clipping where I put them because I have a tarp that I put them on. Planta, if you didn't see it, you wouldn't believe it. That thing went from green to brown to black, and the tarp was loaded with worms.
Right,
I didn't
exactly.
listen. I didn't even believe it. I was like, "Whoa!" So I work with your theory, and my thing is I am saving so much money by not having to go to the back store to buy stuff.
Right.
You know, so when I started my indoor hydroponic experiment, remember I told you I did the hydroponics in the 5 gallon thing.
Yes,
I
yes.
planted I planted lettuce, mustard greens, and bell peppers. They all did good. I mean, I got lettuce, I got mustard greens. The bell peppers, it wouldn't go all the way because it still needed sunlight,
Mm.
but it worked. So I know now that I can, if I have to grow greens inside, I can do it. But what I did was to make my hydroponic nutrients. Guess what I use? Grass clippings. I use the fresh grass clippings. I use dried clippings. I use grass. I use wood chips, and I stuck it inside of the 5 gallon bucket with rainwater. I always have to tell people I don't just use regular water. I use rainwater, and I let it sit for 5 days. And then what I did was I put an air pump in there to pump oxygen in it. And after 5 days, I sieved it so that all the grass would be out of it. And then I diluted it because pouring that into vegetables is too powerful. So I did a 1 to 4 dilution. So for every bucket, and the bucket was 2 gallon bucket, I put 8 gallons of water on top of that. Man, my garden just took off. What set me back this year was the cold. The cold just beat me up. And like you saw in the last post that I just did, what happened was the weather. My weather tonight is going to be the first night. It's supposed to go down to 59, and then for the rest of the week, because I always look at what the schedule for the week is. For the rest of the week, we going 62, 63, 61. I mean, it's going to be in the low 60s the rest of the week. I'm hoping that the weatherman is wrong because it says during the day it's going to be in the 80s, but at night it's going to be in the 60s.
Yeah, that's a big jump.
That's a 20-degree jump. So you hot in the day and you're freezing at night.
That's sick. That get people sick.
That yes, it sure does. That's pneumonia weather right there.
Yeah.
Got to be real careful out there. But I grew 4 things new this year in my garden. I want to speak on that real quick. I did pigeon peas, which was sent to me by a person that can't be known, that named Fifi. So I had pigeon peas, and that thing is going crazy. Now I ain't seen no peas yet, but I love man. That thing looks so beautiful. Then I grew papaya, and I grew papaya from papaya that I bought. So I got 2 papaya. Man, the trunk of it is so thick.
Okay, let me hold you. Hold up there for a minute. The papaya you have, cold hard, are you taking it in
No,
there?
no, no. I'm gonna bring them inside.
Got you, got you, got
So
you.
my plan is to bring them inside. So that's 2. The third one that I planted was chayote. Now I got all kind of vines. Now I got all kind of green. I ain't seen no chayote yet, but again, started off late because it was in the ground early, but the growth was stunted because of the weather. And then once it warmed up, it just took off. And then I did loofah. I planted loofah. Same thing. I mean, the growth is just beautiful. I mean, I have these huge vines. I have ground covering where it's located because it's just everywhere. But I hadn't seen any loofah. So I went out there yesterday and I'm looking around and I saw my first 2 loofah. I was shocked because I was expecting like a blossom and it would need pollination. But no, it just came out. It's like a little tiny, it looked like a small worm, but yeah, it was baby loofah. So
Oh,
me
wow.
seeing it for the first time, and it was a conversation me and Fifi was having about turmeric. I put turmeric in the ground in March. Plant I ain't seen no turmeric till yesterday. I go outside. Guess what I see? Turmeric.
In March?
I planted it in March and I just saw it yesterday
Wow. Some of them
because
take
I
long, but damn.
because I was going to dig it up and use the soil for something else. And Fifi was like, no, hers took a long time too. So she said, wait. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave it alone. And sure enough, it came up. I was shocked.
Wow. From March till that's a long time, man.
Yeah, I see Fifi put up says it takes between 120 and 150 days. That's chayote. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, other than that, man, I'm here. I pop up when I can. You know, my focus is trying to get some food. I am just started harvesting a week ago, and what's been plentiful has been zucchini. I only have 2 zucchini plants, but God is blessing me every day. I get one from each every day consistently, And I have a yellow squash, same thing. I have two. I've been getting one from each one every day, thank God.
Yeah.
And my banana peppers been putting out two. Every 3 days I've been getting two. And my bell peppers just now starting putting out. Just now, I ain't harvest none yet, but I'm finally starting to see them. Um,
Okay.
so as far as and then cucumbers, last year I did not do well with cucumbers. Something about my area, and I've asked other people in this area how it went with their cucumbers, and we all had the same complaints. But I did 4 plants this year, and I'm telling you, planter, I am loaded with cucumbers. And like Fifi said in one of her things, what I'm going through now is the process of saving the harvest. This is when the hard work starts. So I'm doing a lot of pickling of my cucumbers. I'm doing a lot of freezing.
Yeah.
Um, and a lot of stuff, my wife was like, look, don't pickle that, don't freeze that. I want to eat that raw so I can get
Right.
the full nutrients. I'm like, okay.
Right. Right.
So, I mean, all in all, it started off very slow because of the weather. And you know what? Challenges make you stronger. Sometimes you need to take a loss to learn lessons. And so, because of the weather, I've learned lessons of other ways to make things happen. Like when I wasn't getting anything outside, my hydroponics was producing vegetables. I was getting lettuce and I was getting mustard green inside the house.
Okay.
And also, I've been steadily getting sweet potato vines since January. Even
Mm.
to this day, I still got one in the house that I'm still using vines because I use it for my soup.
Right. Right.
And
Right.
I can't take credit for that. I got that idea from Farmer Pat out of Florida. She was the first one because I didn't. Who knew you could use vines to make soup? But yeah, man, I use the vines for soup. Another thing that I've been using, and I know somebody gonna be like, "My guy, you using that?" I use callaloo, Jamaican callaloo. Jamaican callaloo is packed with calcium, potassium, iron, and vitamins. So what I do is I harvest some, like the ones that the bug destroyed. I harvest those, I chop them up real fine, and I mix it in with my soil. So I use
Okay.
it as a soil amendment because all that stuff has nutrients on it. I
That's
don't
what
I don't waste I don't waste nothing around here.
me myself like my cabbage leaf, all them leaf right back into the soil, man.
And that's another thing. There's a brother that just started following, and like your channel, I share yours out. I share his out. His channel is called Garden Green Tea Garden. That's what it is, Green Tea Garden. And he has different techniques of how he grows different squashes and whatever. And so he was taught, and ever since I've been using his technique, it's been actually working. That's why I've been seeing a difference in production of my zucchini. And he basically said, every time you harvest a zucchini, just cut your two bottom leaves off, and it'll produce more. It's gonna grow tall, but it's gonna produce more. But
Okay.
that works two ways for me. So when I cut the bottom leaves off, you know what I do, Pranta? I cut the leaf off and I chop the stems up and I turn around and use the stem and put it right back in the container. So it literally feeds itself.
Makes sense. Makes
hmm
sense.
It just breaks, and then because that part is where like it's soaked with water and it's soaked with nitrogen and all that stuff. And what I noticed, because you notice whenever you look in like a container in a garden, you don't ever normally see the worms on top. So what I do is I put them on top, and then I cover it over with fresh grass clippings as a mulch. When I lift the mulch up, you know what's up there nibbling on them cuttings? Worms. Ever since I started giving it back the stems of the zucchini, the worms love it. And the other good thing that I've noticed it has, for some reason, the vine borers just leave my stuff alone. Because I'm getting worms, the birds come around. So because the birds come around, the vine borers don't come around. So everything in nature has a balance, you know what I'm saying? So that's what my technique has been.
I always talk about the boards. Boards is very important. Board plays such an important role in a garden, eh? For real. It helps
Mhm.
eliminate, it helps save you from a lot of problems, a lot of work. because them vine borer ain't no joke, no man.
They terrible.
Oh man, them thing ain't no joke. Them thing will really mess up your garden, man. They,
Yep.
they like they just sting the vines and go up in the vine. They just really mess with your squash.
Yep. And that's why some of my zucchinis or squashes, after I done trellis them up, I lay them. If I see a vine burrow, I lay it on the ground and I put dirt on it, because if you put dirt on it, it will make it put out roots.
That's true.
And so it will generate a new pathway, and the old pathway may die, but you'll get a new pathway.
Yes.
And
That's
the,
it.
the other the other thing is, because I grow a lot of pollinating flowers. I grow lilies, I grow hibiscus, I grow marigolds, I grow a bunch of stuff. For some reason, I have terrible luck with sunflowers. The deer, for some reason, when they're young, the deer and the rabbit love to chew on them, so I can never get them to maturity because they just get eaten. But what I notice, especially when I do hibiscus, I have hummingbirds, and the
Mm,
hummingbirds, they rough. They, if you over here when they on duty, they gonna take you out. And
yeah.
so because I have hummingbirds, now I got mantis. So I don't have an aphids problem, because the mantis, they don't play no games when they come around. They eat everybody that ain't laying down. They don't play. And I
Yeah.
saw my first horn beetle, tomato beetle, whatever they call them, the tomato worm. I caught one the other morning. That's why it's a good thing. And I heard Fifi was doing a video saying you need to get out in your garden and just check your garden. I got out there, cause I get out every morning. I go out there and look around, cause you can notice subtle changes. I got out there the other morning. I looked at one leaf and it was chewed, but that didn't surprise me. What got my attention was I saw all this the poop on the leaves. I was like, uh oh, and I started searching. I sure found him. I took him and I put him in half and I set him on my rail, and the birds came and had him. They ate him up so quick.
We
So
call it
yeah.
that one. We call it was well the train. They do it
Oh
other
no,
colors.
this one was green. He was green.
Yeah, I see a lot of them. This I get 8 of them off of one tree this year.
Wow.
Yeah,
Mm.
8 and 1 tree. But I ain't see them. I ain't see none after that. That's all I see for the year.
You
Eight
know,
and one tree.
I mean, I've been planting, companion planting, my San Marzano. That's what I plant, the tomato, the Roma, and I always plant it with basil. And the smell of the basil, actually, the worms don't like it. But so I was surprised when I found him up there. He didn't care. He said, "I'm hungry. I'm eating. Forget the smell."
Basil, the scent of basil help
Yeah.
deter pests.
Yep.
It really do. It really do.
So right now, I have a garden box. My carrots are looking really good. I mean, lush. Now the look on the outside look good, but I don't know what's underneath that soil. I'm hoping, because everything looking really hardy. Um, and I grew carrots, no, not carrots. I grew corn this year for the first time. I tried it last year, but it didn't work. But this year I got corn. I probably got about 20, and the tassels are out and the hairs are out. I see the corn stalks are starting to pop out. They look tiny to me. I don't know if they're gonna swell up, but I mean, it's a lot further along than I've ever seen it. So I got my fingers crossed.
Okay. And corn don't take that long either, no.
Oh,
Corn
okay.
produce pretty fast, yes.
Mm. So
So
yeah, I mean, I'm getting ready to cycle into I'm like you. I'm not really cycling into fall because I really didn't have a summer. So everything that's in there now is going into fall. All I'm doing is just keep giving them nutrients. I mean, the only thing I did, I repotted my kale so that they have more space to expand themselves, and I planted some more onions because I harvested a lot of onions. So, I mean, other than that, man, that's all I got going on.
that's good. You well at least the thing is, man, you doing your thing. You providing. You know what I'm saying? You growing your own stuff. What is
Yeah,
better than that, man? You know that
yeah.
and that's what I do. I try to encourage people. Because the benefit of it is amazing.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's saving you from buying
Uh-oh.
in helping you to provide for your family, and you, at the same time, you know what you're eating,
Yeah.
and you're learning so much too.
Yep. I got a Scotch bonnet going. I had it on my deck, and I noticed when it's not out there in the grass around the other vegetables, pests attack it. Now that I got it out in the yard with all the other stuff, no critters are messing with it. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. But I mean, it looks so good. I mean, I didn't. This is my first time ever growing Scotch bonnet.
Oh yeah, okay.
That thing is just smelling the leaf is hot. I mean, that thing is hot, and the peppers ain't even started growing yet.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and the other thing that I would say, and I'm gonna leave with this, I sent out a bunch of seeds to a bunch of people in the gardening community, and I love it when people are out here using it. Don't let me send you something, and if you didn't need it, don't ask for it. You know what I'm saying? So I am so thankful that a lot of people that sent me stuff, I'm planting it and I'm showing in the videos like, hey, this person sent me that. Like Fifi sent me the gungu, and I plant those. Um, and I also tell about my failures too, because I had Grow Family Network send me a bunch of stuff, and none of it came in. They all rotted or died. So sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, but
I
we
agree.
can't always make the picture a rosy picture. You know what I'm saying? And so my biggest accomplishment that I think this year is the Jamaican pumpkin. Oh my God. Planter plant Farmer Pat was the first one. She got so many pumpkin. Every time I turn around, she got pumpkin. And then Fifi got pumpkin, Lashes got pumpkin, my friend out in Georgia, she got pumpkin. So many people. And like I said, just keep passing it forward. And like you, I do that too. Whenever I grow stuff, I grow so much. Me and my wife have enough. We freeze stuff, we dry stuff, we pickle stuff. I give stuff to my neighbors. My neighbors are so concentrated on growing grass and flowers that they won't even put a seed in the ground to feed themselves. But they got plenty of time to look in my yard and tell me what I'm growing. But I don't let that stop me from saying, hey, neighbor, would you love some cucumbers? Would you love some zucchini? And people are fickle. People will say, "Oh well, I don't eat that, and I want that and that," but I wasn't offering you that. Uh-oh. So it's D Moon show now. Uh-oh. uh, I didn't want to be up here long. I'm just up here for a quick minute. I think he lost a quick connection. Get up here, Fifi. Get up here, Miss Moderator. Hey, Urban. Oh, beets. Yeah, yeah. I use all that stuff. I gotta grow some dill for my dill cucumbers. But like my carrots, when I harvest my carrots, or sometimes when I do my carrots, I'll cut some of the carrot growth. I'll cut that off, and I'll use that because it tastes like carrot. I'll use it in salads the same way I use horseradish. Horseradish, most people only use the root. I use the leaf. I use it in salads. I just cut out the stem because that thing is so hot. And if you want to clear out your sinuses, get you some horseradish. Oh my God. Matter of fact, anytime a capsaicin will do it, any kind of hot pepper, chili, habanero, scotch bonnet, man, you talk about clear out your sinuses. And capsaicins are good for your heart. Um, and, it increases blood flow. So, yeah, I mean, that's all I got going on over here. I'm laid up because my foot hurt. I just don't feel like sitting up. I'm sorry. I apologize for being a bum laying in my house. But then again, it's almost 10 o'clock.
All right. Sorry for that, brother. Sorry.
I kept the fort up. I didn't let
Appreciate that.
I didn't let the ship sink.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The internet just went bad.
Yeah. But listen, Planter, I got to get off of here, man. I just wanted to come up and say appreciate everybody in this community. Appreciate you. And
Thank you,
like I
man.
said before, each one teach one, and it's all about sharing information. We do have some people out here, but that are that are doing stuff and they're not giving. Who's that?
Fifi.
Oh, she finally come up. I was just getting ready to get off. Now she come up. Where I don't see her. Why she hiding? Oh, there she go.
Welcome, Fifi. What's going on?
I wasn't ready for the camera.
Okay.
Hey, you
Coach
always
Jones,
camera ready.
how are you
You always
doing?
camera ready.
You said come up, so I was like, damn, I gotta go.
You
Because
always
usually
camera
it's
ready.
by
Hey,
himself. But then I was thinking, Planter would still have to let me up. So why am I even here?
No, no. You here, you here. We're glad you're here. But
hey,
one
Planter.
ah,
Fifi got some gangster chicken. Them chickens are about that life. You hear me? When she be showing them videos, them chickens be like, "Look, mama, we run this." Especially
right,
them roosters.
right,
Uh,
right,
I
right,
watch pretty much everybody in this garden community. If I'm sub to you, I watch your videos, and
right,
I try to do a comment or a thumbs up. I try to respond, but
right,
I give you your watch hours because my thing is, I know me. To go out there and do a video, that means you had to take away from your garden. So I'm going to appreciate you by at least respecting and watching your video. Sometimes when I go into my analytics, my thing be saying, "Oh, on a 6 minute video, people watch 2 minutes of your video." I'm like, why did you even click on it?
I
That's the
mean,
thing with me. If I'm not gonna watch your video, I'm not going over there. Go watch your video for no. Yeah, when you see me, I watch your video.
Yeah,
You
same
understand?
with me.
I'm
Because
not doing that.
I think about it this way. If that's what I will want for myself,
Me too.
that's what I'm going to do to somebody else. And this is
Yeah.
why I can't go everywhere all the time
right.
because it takes time. And this is the heart of gardening season. So I don't have a lot of time for running the streets.
Yeah.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
But
But you
still, I
know
go
what?
around and I watch people's video and I support them. But
Well, you know what? Some videos are good too because you may need a comic relief. I know Tori's Brain Game did one maybe 2 days ago. Oh my God, I laughed so much. He had African Dreaming, and his wife was playing a character. He had the big rooster was up in there with curlers and pajama. Man, I laughed so hard. So we have very, very talented people in this community that sometimes you just need a comic relief. It's not always about gardening. It's not always worrying about the are we gonna do this and do that. But sometimes you just need a laugh. You know what I'm saying? So that was
right,
a very good one.
that's true. But I'm all about my gardening because right now it's time for me to store up food. I'm sorry. So by the
Yeah,
time
you're
it's
right.
nighttime, I'm tired because I'm done in the garden. I have to put away the food, whether I have to wash it, chop it up, freeze it, whether I have to pickle it and can it. Like it's a lot to be done.
Yeah,
And my thing is that when I harvest, I like to put it away while it's still fresh.
yeah,
If I have to blanch it and freeze it, it's a lot of work and it's tedious. It's not stuff that I mean, I don't want to say that I don't enjoy doing it, but at the same time, it's a lot of work. And
yeah.
it's you're in the kitchen all day preparing
You
stuff
are.
that you got in the garden.
You on your feet. But let
Yeah.
me ask you a quick
Mm.
question on the passion fruit. How do you know when it's getting ripe? It turns color?
So I'm not sure what variety you have.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a purple one, you're gonna see it change color. If it's
Okay.
because there's some that stays green.
Mm-hmm.
So I had put in the chat before, if you've looked in the underbrush to see if any had dropped off.
Okay.
Because
I just
it could if you want, if you can reach it, just squeeze the shell, and if it's sinking, keep your eyes on it. That means it's getting ready.
okay.
Because
Okay.
it's like really hard when it's not ready.
Okay.
But still don't pick it. So it may be a green colored variety because there are those ones too. There are the yellow ones, there are the purple ones, there are the red ones. So just keep your eye on it, and you can look under brushes just to
Mm.
see if one or a few may have dropped. Because I'm sure this passion fruit has been bearing fruit all along the vine. not
And
just in that one spot you're seeing.
you
So
know
you
what?
can kind of sort of trace it.
And you know
Maybe
what?
that's
I think that thing's been growing, and it's not only been growing there, because now that I think about it, it's been growing on the side of my deck. But every time I see it, it looks like a parasite vine. So I just pull it up. I just never let it go to maturity. So when I saw this one, I was like, okay. So what I'm gonna do now is when I see them from now on, because I have them all over the side of my deck, I'm gonna let it go up, and I'm gonna see if it is, because that would be more convenient for me than me being up in the bushes. Because I be always looking out for Jake. Oh, Planter, I got to tell you a joke. So the first time I watched you with them rotten logs, right? I know I have rotten logs on my property because time the trees fall, the wind knocks them down, lightning strikes, whatever. So I saw these two big nice trees were decomposing. I was like, okay, I'm gonna get me a whole bunch of rotten wood. I went up there. I had a pick and I had a pitchfork, and I went up there and I was first one was no problem, got it out the way, and then there was Jake, and it was a mama Jake, and it had a whole bunch of baby Jakes, and I had to leave them where they at because you know what? I'm in their house because
oh,
it's way away from my house, and what I understand, and so I had to put the wood back because once I did my research about snakes, snakes spray like a skunk on stuff, and if you move stuff
you'll
to your
find it.
property,
Yeah,
they will go there. So you basically will be bringing snakes to you. So I just
right.
put the wood back. So I just what I end up doing was when I got my own wood, that's why I dig holes and bury it myself.
Wow. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, I
But
mean
see,
they
we don't have those poisonous. I mean, we do have rattlesnakes some places, but that they brought here to our state
mm.
in
Well
certain
we
parts because they said it.
we have one known poisonous one that's here in Virginia, and that's the diamondback, and that's because he blend in with dry grass. I mean, dry grass, dry leaves, he really blends in, and
That's scary.
he's not big. He's about 5 to 7. He's small, but he's venomous. He has a neurotoxin. But we have a whole bunch of black snakes, and I love them black snakes. I leave them alone because they kill the venomous snakes.
Mm.
Because the black snakes are constrictors. They go, they bite him on the head, they wrap him up, and they squeeze him to death, and they swallow him. So
Oh.
I have two black snakes on my property. I see them occasionally. They're they're night hunters, so it's very unusual to see them during the day. So they keep all the poisonous stuff and the rodents and the frogs. They keep that stuff in check. So that's what I'm talking about. Nature is doing its thing. And then I have hawks, and hawks will pick up snakes. Hawks will pick up baby squirrels. I mean, I got all kind of. I got possums. I got a mating pair, and I saw the male, and then I just saw the female. I got a
That's too much
mating pair of
entertainment.
foxes. Huh?
Yeah.
That's too much entertainment for me. I'll sit in the back and watch my
Yeah.
chickens and my
Listen,
turkeys.
you see all them pictures I send you about the deer. I get deer every day. I got deer in the yard every day.
Those deer, those does are looking good too.
They
Wow.
nice and healthy. You hear me? And I got bunny rabbits all over the place. But what happened is, and I think my neighbors to the left of me and my neighbors to the right of me, they spray poison on their grass. They do um Roundup. I literally went over to my neighbors. I listen. Let me give you a tip. If you want to spray something that's gonna attack the weeds and is biodegradable and it's not gonna poison your soil, get 1 gallon of vinegar, 1 cup of soil. I mean, a salt. Excuse me, any kind of salt, and 1 tablespoon of liquid soap. Mix that up and spray it. Pick a hot day because what happens is the liquid soap will the cause it to stick, and you come back, everything will be dried out because what it does, the salt does, it causes dehydration, and it basically kills your weeds and it kills grass you don't want, and you don't poison the damn soil. And it
Mm.
saves you money from going to the box store to go buy a damn Roundup. Now everybody done heard Roundup cause cancer, but we still using it. Come on now.
I don't even know why that thing is still selling. If that's that big advertisement and it's
Well,
still out there.
the only state that makes it hard to sell is California. Everybody else is, oh, it works, so we're gonna use it. Do you know, Planter? Humans are funny. Humans will take stuff that will kill them, and there's stuff that will save them, and they won't use it.
You
So
said
that's
it, man. You said it.
so. This is why I say sometimes you can teach person, but you can't make them do stuff. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. That's why I just show what I'm doing. Who wanna follow the
Right.
information is there, but I'm not pressuring nobody to do anything.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like if he's a gardener, you should try to go all the way
Yeah.
to make it as natural as you can.
Yeah. I just want to add this one last thing, and then I'm gonna drop down. Hey, Fifi, that little short that you did with the drummer, he was
Oh,
rocking it. That Joker had some skills. You hear me? That was a good video.
thank
Yeah.
you.
You know why it was good? You didn't say nothing. You let the music play. The music did all the talking.
That's
Right.
what music's supposed to do.
Some people don't understand that. They want to narrate every damn thing. But
So go ahead.
no, I'm done. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go back to the passion fruit because
Okay.
I'm really not playing. I'm
Okay.
not playing. That's a cold hardy passion fruit that's successfully bearing
Okay.
Right.
fruit. So
That's
Okay.
that's
something.
I
that's
got
all
you. I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
I would
once
what
you
I
get
would like for
once.
you to do is when you get a chance tomorrow,
Uh huh.
go look in the underbrushes
Uh huh.
and see if any has dropped off.
Okay.
And see if you could kind of trace the vine a bit
To see
and
where it
see if
is.
there's
Okay.
more. Just yeah.
Yeah. I know. I got two main vines. I got one on the side and one. Remember that camellia tree that I showed you?
Mm-hmm.
I have one that's grown inside of that. And because I have an app, my app that I have is called PlanetNet. I take a
Okay.
picture and it tells me what the fruit is. So the one that's on the is wrapped up inside of the camellia. It hasn't produced any fruit yet, but
So
it's.
if you
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, no, no. Go ahead.
If you have any trees that you want to save, don't let it wrap around it because passion fruit will suck that tree dry.
Okay. So it's a parasite.
Yes.
Mhm. Okay. I got
But
y'all.
but you have
But I got
homework
you.
tomorrow to do.
Hey, Fifi, I got you. I'm gonna try to figure out a way to save you something to send you something so you can grow it. How about that?
Thank you, sir. I
I don't
appreciate
know
that.
how what I'm going. I don't know what I'm going to do yet, but I'm going to
Just,
figure it out.
just don't let the J get you.
What is that? D Moody don't want what? I know I don't want narration.
Oh,
All right, hey Planter, thanks for having me up. Y'all have a good night. I'm gonna be down in the chat watching what's
Appreciate
going
you,
on.
man. Thanks for coming up, man. Thank you.
All right, Miss
Appreciate it.
Fifi.
all right. Have a good night.
All right, good night. You know, the moon said something a while ago. I want to adjust that before we go forward. He said he when you send seed for someone, you want to see. You understand what I'm saying? It's like you want to see they do something with it. You want to
Right.
see. Actually, yes, this is what I'm saying. I'm planning to give away the seed because I have so many seeds. I don't want to be greedy. I don't want to be trying to, which I always give away seed, but I cannot give it to any and anybody. You see, it got to be people who want to grow something. So what
Right.
the mood say make a lot of sense, man. All right, go ahead, Fifi.
I am with the seeds. I've gotten seeds from people. I won one, two, I think two seed giveaways. Yes. And people have sent me seeds. We've exchanged seed. I've sent people seeds. And I'm not honestly, I'm not worried about if they're whether they're gonna grow it or not. That's totally up to them. I'm gonna grow my food. And what I do with the seeds that I've received, if I have planted that seed, on the tag I would put the person's name where it came from, right? And so that would help me to be able to label it positively and keep that label, and then keep the seeds when I grow the food, harvest it, and that's the name of how the seed is gonna be. Like my sister sent me pumpkin seeds from back home, and it's growing pretty well. Her name is on the tag, so that's what I'm calling that variety of pumpkin, because I really don't know the right name, but I know if I have that name, then I know where it's from. So I'm also learning to do a better job at labeling my seeds.
Wait, hold on there. Planter, I never got the seed you sent. You never get them seed, Urban. I said you a nice package of seed.
Wait,
I
is she
said
talking about the seed giveaway, the contest we had?
yes. I
That's a
sent
long time.
I sent for what is Psalms
She
146.
did win too,
She
yeah.
did win. I'm sure she get hers. I remember asking her, man, if because I do ask if you receive. I always ask. And I think she did say no at the time. But since I
Oh,
didn't
wow.
hear she after that, I thought, well, okay, she can recollect
Wow.
them. That's before the spring.
That's since in the winter. Yeah, I think it was early in the year, right?
I can
When
find
you
that.
had the question and answer seed giveaway.
Right.
I
Is
remember
this
that.
year or late last year? Is this year?
I believe it was earlier this year.
I can find that receipt. Maybe I got to see for, but
Just-
at this time somebody don't have that already.
Oh yeah.
No, I send a nice package for you, and to send it to Urban is different than here. You just have to send it. You just go to the post office, but you got to write up this form.
Yeah, because it's
You know,
another country.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
I send
So
a nice package of seed for you, Urban. A nice
wow.
package of seeds. I send for you.
Wow.
Wow. Maybe
Oh,
somebody done plant them already, man.
look what she see in the chat.
They thief them. Yeah, somebody they must be done doing it out already. Nice package of seed.
They're probably already eaten from that.
I sent pumpkin, I said
I
okra,
wish
I
you had
said
said something
rice.
earlier to Planter.
Yes,
Then
you should
maybe
have
you would
done
have
let me
be
know
able
that.
to track it better.
Since I ain't
I
hear
mean,
nothing, I say, okay, all right. Maybe she don't collect them. I know you ain't collect them seeds.
that sucks. Girl, some nice
Nice
okra
package of
seed.
seed. You
So,
you oh you see that okra seed, that okra them thick? As
oh
a
yeah.
nice okra. Oh man, I send about 50 okra seed for you. About 50 okra seed and all different type of seed. Seed that's in the package that ain't
Wow.
come from me. I send them. I send squash seed. I send pumpkin seed. I send a nice package of seed for you. I know you will receive that. My
Wow.
goodness.
That's terrible.
Wow. Somebody don't them they must see don't plant already, man.
Do you know if people have been having issues with receiving their seeds over there, Urban?
Wow.
Because that could be a trend. People taking seeds.
Oh, that no,
Who
that's
knows?
crazy.
Wow.
Well, since you ain't get them all, man, I will
Your
prepare
package is
a nice
sure.
fresh package for you. Fresh seed from this year. I'm gonna prepare for you so you could use them for next season. Damn, that's a lot of seed somebody hold on pan man.
Wow.
Mm-mm.
That's awful.
Wow. Yeah, because she is the same time she Psalms 146 is win as well. And I hope well she didn't I hope she get hers as well. I got the seed from everyone else. Some decide to go shopping in my back. We hope
So
they plan. Wow, that is crazy. That's a wow. Wow. I gotta say wow. That's a nice package of seed somebody gone there with. I'm telling you. Good seed. And you know the kind of okra I have them big, them thick,
And
reddish
it's fat.
okra. I sell
Yes,
about
it's
50 of them seeds
fat.
to you. About 50.
I already put an organza bag over one of the, I let it go hard, get hard already, and I put the
Mm.
organza bag over it so it wouldn't drop on the ground. Because I'm collecting those seeds too.
Them seeds, you know how long I planted them okra? I get them, I'm planting them. Them is organic seed. When people tell me about organic seed, I'm not sure. I only could talk about mine because I've been growing them for a while now. But you should have tell me that, Urban, for real. You should have tell me that earlier. Wow, that's messed up though. That's messed up. But don't worry, I'll get a nice package for you in this year. I want them okra. Yes, yes, yes. That's the okra, man. The African ones, yes. The red okra, yeah. I said like 50 seeds for you in that package. Right, I just hope, you know what? I just hope that they take them and they plant them and grow some food instead of just take them because they could take them. I just hope that's the case. Sad as hell, man. Mm. But anyhow, we ain't gonna make the garden season that black we from continue do what we're doing. Keep growing, keep planting, and we're gonna still keep saving seeds. That's messed up. Wait, John Stroot, you still here? I was reading John Stroot say, right, this. My garden fry only one sugar baby melon and one Carolina cross melon and some Roma tomato have survived. But that does not discourage me. Wonderful, wonderful. And you know what? This year was very challenging, so don't make it stop you. Please don't make it stop you. You continue do what you're doing. And you're doing great. You're doing great.
That is some heat. Some people like Arizona, Texas, Florida, all those places have been getting some heat. I've seen like 100 plus degrees, and it's like a stretch of that type of heat.
Man, I was getting heat, but not as with them was facing. The African okra is them okra, them same okra. The red okra.
Oh, that's I have it
Yes,
up, and trust me,
that is
you
real
want
good
it.
okra.
You
That is
want it.
good,
I'm
good,
telling you,
good.
you want it.
And I also have, I don't know if you I said any for you, but there's a long red one, so I have to. They grow long like this and they're red.
If you send it for me, it's mixed then in the seeds you
I'm not
sent me.
sure. I'm not sure if it mix. I'm not
But I
sure if
have
they
the
did,
I
but I
have the
know I have them.
I have the red ones. I have the Jing orange okra and the burgundy one. I have those two.
Right.
And
What I
the ones that I initially planted, those struggled so much, but I replanted again in July on July 7th, and they're just starting to come up. I feel like I might have enough time with them because they may be able to take a little cold weather, but not frost.
right.
So I'm still waiting to see. But they're growing nicely, way better than the first set that I planted.
Well, we're into June, we're in August. I
We
recently
call it the end of August.
some of them bust up in the garden and I just transplant them. So and I see some of them pushing flower. Now start pushing flower. So I believe you're gonna get some. But that still depends on your
Yeah,
farm.
yeah. We'll see what happens.
I have to look up name Fifi. It was that's the one, short and fat one, Urban.
Okay,
That
so
same the same one I sent for you is the same one you talking about.
okay.
That's what I send for you, Urban. Same one you're talking about,
So I
the
planted
African
like
one.
one, two, three, maybe four different varieties of okra. And I
Yes, a
haven't
lot
had
of
any
okra.
to save up yet because the first few that came out on the one that you gave me, planter, I went in there and I break the tip and it break. I pulled that thing off and I was snacking.
Yeah, and this listen me, this sweet.
It's sweet.
You know what? Let me see if I can
It's sweet.
give me a sec. Give me 1 second. Let me grab one. Give me a second.
Yeah, I was in there. I got the okra leaf and I was looking into the leaves too because you can actually use the leaves as spinach. You can steam it down and eat the leaves as spinach, but I'm not giving any professional advice here. So that's what I'm gonna be doing with the younger leaves though. You can steam it down like spinach. But yeah, my okra last year I had way more because the weather was better. But this year I'm like, am I really gonna get not gonna get okra this year? So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, this is, but it does get red.
Yes,
You see this, but it does
yes,
get red. This,
it's red.
this is the same okra you talking about. You see this short and fat?
Yes.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that the
the
one?
African okra. Yeah.
Is that the one you're cooking the bashi?
Oh yes, yes, man. Hell yeah.
Yep, I saw that video too.
Yes, I soon do some cooking too.
Oh
I
yeah.
ain't do much cooking this year, but I soon start
You know what?
cooking like in the garden.
Yes,
Yeah, I
I didn't
soon
do a
start.
lot of that this year at all because usually we cook outside a lot in the summer because it's so hot. And this year it's been raining and raining and raining most of the season. So we haven't been really out there like that cooking outdoors.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
different.
John, true. We have you have a lot of different variety when come on okra. Different type, many different. You have the long green one, you have the short green one, then you have some small little green one. I don't know the name, but there's so many different varieties.
Yeah,
Even in the red one, I also have in this one. I also have the long one in this one as well, long and red.
yeah. Maybe either the burgundy or
Yeah,
the
most
gin
like
orange.
burgundy.
Yeah, burgundy or gin orange.
None of my trigger boards beat are forming
After you
board.
plan.
After
Pro-
well, that's what you
Um,
have to do. Once you see nothing, you replan.
yeah.
Let's
And the
just
weather, how's your weather, Urban? Because our weather is already dwindling down. Like we've lost so much heat. We're going to be in the 80s now. I don't think we're going to get any more 90s because we've been dropping in the upper 50s since last month in July. So,
okay. What Jones should say my oko long and skinny at first. I didn't know they should not be allowed to grow long. You see, the thing about oko, some of them can grow long before they get hard.
hard, yes.
You know what I'm
Yes,
saying? So you really got to know the type of okra you have.
that's right.
In okra, you got to be in your garden every 2 days. Once your okra start producing, you got to actually be in your garden every 2 days harvesting. Because if you ain't do that, they're gonna get hard and basically turn seed. All I know is Selman, Spingles, okra. Oh really? No, you have many different type. I just
There's
don't
a
know the
heavy hit.
name.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a heavy. And you know what? You know what? I have noticed like a different seed company will be selling the same thing as another seed company, but they would actually call it something different.
Right. Right.
Like with chickens, if there's a couple hatcheries that I've used before, right? And one of the hatchery, because of where it's located, they call the chicken the name of the city,
Mm.
right? But somewhere else it's the same exact chicken, but they call it the right name.
Okay.
The
Okay.
red
Just
the
for
red ranger the red ranger chicken. It's also a meat bird because I've grown those before. They just take a little bit longer than the broad-breasted not the broad-breasted, than the white broilers that I grow, and they take about 3 months. And in that city, they would call it Rudd Ranger because it's the hatchery is in Rudd, Iowa, Rudd, Rudd, Iowa. So because it's in Rudd, Iowa, they call it Rudd Ranger instead of Red Ranger, but it's the same chicken.
Okay. Just
So I know
different.
I've noticed that with the seeds because you get the seed and you grow it and you're like, oh, I've had that. I've been growing that. No, y'all make me buy the same seeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seed is important, man. Seed. Um. Right now is good to keep your seeds them and save your seeds them and maintain them. Don't even try mix them. Keep them in one separate in one place because believe it or not, just now we wouldn't. I don't know what we will be getting for getting. It mightn't be seeds, and that might be worth more than diamond, worth more than money.
But
Some
well,
years to come.
I'm pretty sure that people have noticed they may have dropped seeds and thinking they have one thing in the packet and something else in the packet, or it's mixed seeds. And I mean that's possible, it can happen, but you want to, if you order something or if you go then you buy something and it says that's what it is on the packet, that's what you want.
Right.
That's why you're buying it.
But you know
So
what?
the seed mix up thing is another big thing too.
Sometimes it's not easy for keep up with them seed. So especially dealing with a certain amount of seed, one
Right.
or two could flip over. I'm telling you.
Listen, I saw some yarrow and I grew yarrow in my planter herb garden challenge. I saw some yarrow come up in my garden and I'm like, how the heck did this, how did this the same exact thing? And I was like, wait a sec, maybe I came out here with it and the wind blew it and I didn't realize. But there's the same yarrow growing in my garden.
Yeah, it,
So,
it happened because I
yeah,
did buy a lamb, eh? I did buy a lamb, eh? Next thing, a lamb, eh? Growing
seeds.
in
Yeah.
my yard, and I went and actually buy a lamb, eh?
Oh, orange honeydew? Wow.
I bought an orange honeydew from Whole Food. I kept all the seeds so I can share with. That's where you do. You rip them seed out and save them seeds. That's where you do. Rip them out. I have this a
Right.
nice spaghetti squash, and I bust it down and rip out the. I think
I
I
see.
did a share.
I
Yeah,
see you bust that up
rip
this
them seed
evening.
out. I ain't playing. You see how them seed look plumb and healthy? I sure that were one.
Yep. I just feel like you can't possibly save enough seeds
Well, I ain't playing.
because
Especially
the thing is if you have like a treasure trove of seeds, why I say you can't save enough seed. There might be people that you would have seeds that you can share with in
right.
case something were to go down. You could never ever have enough seeds
That's true. That's
because trust me, if I'm growing my food, I'm growing it for my family and myself. And if you want some seeds and you want to go grow, I can give you some seeds. You're not getting my food.
right, right.
That's just it.
I don't mind. Like I said, the older people, I give them food because I understand. But the young people, seeds.
I ain't giving
Old
nobody
seeds.
none.
Yeah, man.
I'm not selfish. I have a giving heart and I have experienced people, but when people take you for granted and when you're in somebody's life just for a certain reason, then you have to pay attention to that.
I
And you
agree.
have to make your statement and make it very clear.
I
That's where I'm
agree.
at.
I agree. You see, the thing with people, the thing with
Like
some
the
people,
chickens, the mood.
the thing with some people, if you could give them, they don't need to grow. That's how they feel.
That's the thing.
I don't need to grow.
Cause,
My neighbor
cause,
giving me food every year. I don't need to grow nothing.
cause, see, the thing is, if I give you, what am I gonna can up? What am I gonna freeze? What am I gonna dry? I'm
But
growing it because I'm done.
when you run caterpillar this year, I have saved seed from every melon. I would love to share my. I agree with you. Save every seed. Take everyone out and save them. You know, I was straight. I start saving what the plant name? Tallow. We call it again. It's like tomato. Okay.
Tomatillo.
Tomatillo. Right.
Yeah.
I start saving seed. It's very difficult, but I'm saving them because
They are tiny.
yeah, they're so tiny and then they mix with you know, it's like
The
in the
pulp.
fruits
Yeah,
itself.
with
So
the
it's
pulp.
like
Yeah.
I open up a lot today and I put them in a heap and I'm just allowing the sun to beat them out until I can get them because it's hard to really, but I'm saving them. I'm playing.
I was gonna show you. I thought I had it here. You can probably use a tweezer too. I was gonna show you a little tiny like a flat blade screwdriver, the one that back in the day, you know, you tighten the little screw on your glasses with.
Mm-hmm.
You can use that and just let it
Pick them
fall on
out.
that. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. That sounds like a good idea. Pick them out.
Oh yeah. Is anybody growing grown cherry? I'm growing grown cherry for the first time this year. It's
Nah.
like a smaller version of the tomatillo, but I said I was gonna grow more tomatillo next year. And I should because I have two different variety of seed packets that I also want to try. Because this year I only did the green one, but I have the purple and the yellow one. And I haven't tasted it yet. But the ground cherry, man, that thing is really good.
Never, never taste it.
It's sweeter than the tomatillo. It has more flavor than the tomatillo. And I will be growing that thing next year again. I
Tomatillo,
will.
I'm gonna have. This is why I'm saving the seed because I'm gonna have an area just with just that by itself. I never know these things taste like that.
So tomatillo, I showed it to my sister and she's like, I know that thing. So it's like we have certain things growing
It look
wild back home
familiar.
and we
It
don't
look
know that it's
familiar.
edible.
Yes, it looked for me. The first time I saw it, I said, I think I know this plant. It looked familiar.
You
You
know
know,
what we used
I
yeah,
wouldn't.
what we used to do as we used to take it and use it as a ball and bounce it like a ball and catch it.
Right,
And we
right,
didn't know it was edible.
right.
So I remember that.
I think we had the same thing too. Yeah. But I never know the taste like that, man. It's like you could just pick a bowl, wash them, and just sit down and just eat them like you're eating cherry or something.
So I know the Mexican make salsa with it, but I don't know if you know what chow chow is.
Cho cho.
It's like you could make it with pepper and you cut it up with onions and stuff like that. Like what's another name for it? Chow chow. I'm not sure. The Trinidadians make chow chow
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
with pomsitier with green mango.
mm-hmm,
So you make chow chow with it and you season it up with peppers and stuff. It,
mm-hmm.
it seems like it would make a good chow chow. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm gonna try with it because if they can make salsa with it,
Right.
then I'm pretty sure you can make chow chow with it too.
And you know what? And they base so much. It's like since they start being, they never stop. You know,
And
months been
the flour
bearing.
chutney. Yep, chutney. Thank you, Urban.
You know what I'm saying? It look like
Cho cho.
lanterns
It's
in the
like really. Yep.
cooking. I
Yep.
think cho is like relish. Or okay, all right.
Man, I could just imagine it with some hot pepper that you grow in your garden, put it in it. Man, I'm gonna try it. And the
Yeah.
flowers keep coming and coming and coming. I know the cold is gonna hit it at some point, but oh well.
From what I see, right? This from the time they start bearing, it's just and they spread so wild. They
Oh my
spread so
gosh.
wild that underneath I had some herbs growing under them. You know what I'm
You
saying?
shade
And
it
so
out,
I had
yeah.
to cut some of the limb that the herbs them could get sunlight, and that doesn't stop them. Still growing,
And
still
a little advice if anybody is gonna be growing it, make sure you prop it up properly. And
oh
I'm
yeah,
not talking about a tomato cage. It would grow out of the tomato cage.
yeah.
Ask me how I know.
Spread, and you got to stick all out here, trying to hold up the limbs them. But
Yep.
it is warm, but it will feed you right from the time it
Yes.
begin right down till the frost. You will
Yep.
be eating. So it's a good plan. I will
Yes.
be planting a patch of them next year. A nice little patch.
Yeah, it's a good snack. You go out in the garden and you checking it and you realize, oh, wait a sec. Is that one turning yellow?
Yep,
Is the shell open? Is the skin open in the bottom? Yeah,
exactly. You
time
know,
for a snack.
time to eat. While you're walking, you're eating.
Right.
What is better than that? And what? Listen me. I'm still thinking with my pigeon peas, man. For real. If you see me every morning, you know what I'm saying?
Dimod,
Every
how is your pigeon peas doing? Because
listen,
I'll be highly disappointed
if I
if I
never,
don't get any peas.
told you I was short with it, man. If you see how it was blowing, and it was dancing, and I'm
Yes,
saying,
it's dancing and
some
it's
kind,
going because it's
some
getting
flower.
ready to put out some blooms. I was like,
Yes,
okay, planter.
yeah. And I can't wait for see some.
But that pigeon peach tree looks so good
Man,
because it's wide.
it's spread and it
It's
all.
spread out so nicely and it's tall. So you should be getting a lot of peas from that.
And I just hope so. Let me see. They
Chow
use
chow is like
on
relish.
color greens here in the south. Oh, really? Okay.
So what we call chow chow is like relish.
I think chow is like reddish. Put me, yeah. Hey, LP, how you doing? Thank you for being here, man. What's going on? Ye-
I know, I feel like a lot of us have the same type of food, but we call it a different name. And what somebody may call chow chow may not be what I will call chow chow. They just have the same name for different things too. So
Right.
I don't know. You
Okay,
can eat.
don't say yes, it's like reddish. You can
I
eat
like
it. I
spice.
love
I like
spicy.
spicy food.
Okay. Okay. Eating late dinner, got the notification later. Oh, okay, okay, all right, all right. Thank you for coming through. All right. I don't know why it is somehow those push out my notification at all, man. Okay, with the mode say what's a vegetable?
It's a fruit. It's tomatillo.
There's like a fruit. Tasty. I saving seed like crazy. I have a whole thing just pile up, trying to dry it out. So a couple days of here, a real hot sun might dry out so I could able to pick them out. But like you say, I'm gonna try the thing to pluck them out instead of squeeze them out.
Yeah.
Which I forget the seed itself.
Yeah. Um. Also, about the, what was it? The shisho.
Oh
Remember you
boy,
said yeah, about the shisho.
oh man.
So what I noticed about the shisho is I'm growing longevity spinach,
Mm.
and some people say they eat it in, what you got there, shisho?
Oh yeah, the dry, dry. You see them now?
I have some dry ones on the shelf in my garage drying out. It's already dried out, but the shisho to me, it I don't know if anybody else is
Mm.
I don't know if anybody else is growing longevity spinach or growing shisho, but it seems like they have a type of similar flavor to me. That's my
Mhm.
taste. And just like you have to, it's an acquired taste, I guess I would say. And so I may not eat the shisho raw, right? But I'm drying it to make tea with it. And so am I doing with the longevity spinach also, because it does have that strong taste to
Yeah.
it.
You know
So
who love this? Japanese. This is
okay.
Japanese favorite plant.
Mm,
They love this.
shisho.
Eat with
Okay.
in salad because the taste you gotta get used to the taste because it has such a strong poking taste that you have to get used to.
Yeah, I mean, I will, but it's my first time growing this year. It's my first time growing longevity spinach and tasting it, and it's my first time growing shisho and tasting it. And I did drop some more seeds last week for the purplish looking or red shisho too. So we'll see how that goes. Shishu.
You say, I never had tomatillo radish, but we do make cucumber
Mhm.
radish pickle. Okay,
Relish,
all
yeah.
right, all right. My sushi smell nice now. It started to flow. What? It
What do
started
you?
flowers.
You better hide. You better hide
Listen,
them seeds, Urban.
listen me, Auburn. Well, Auburn know already. I ain't gotta tell she.
What
Auburn
do
know
you
already.
do? You eat it raw, Urban, or do you make tea with it? Them seeds blow all over to flower,
Listen me.
all over.
Them see them thing. Listen me. These plants don't need no care. They will just let them germinate and that's it. I never heard of that either. Sure help you on a lot. Well, it's a herb, and you could use it as tea, and you could also use it the fresh leaf as a salad. The
I
shisho.
I feel like it would be good if you saute it up or put it in soups too. For me, I would try
No,
to
no,
do
no.
that with it.
Good for soup too. But this
Yes,
is the Japanese them. They it's salad. They love eat it in salad. You see what I'm saying? But they also
right.
soup is good too. Smoothie, like in smoothie, it go
Mm.
in smoothie too. It's just how you things how fits you. What does it taste like? Sorry if you already answered. No, it tastes. It have how to say
Mm.
it, but it have a
You know,
strong poking taste. But to me, it tastes pretty good to me. And in tea, I love the flavor of the tea. Smoothie, same thing. I don't know how to explain it to you, but I enjoy it, you know?
Papa, that thing had to drink.
Literally, with a nice salad, you'll
Listen,
be surprised. I
Planta
think
did his life. Planta did his life. I don't remember if it was last Thursday because
yeah.
I tasted it very recently. So see me
Mm.
take my fast and it's gone all day Friday morning. I say, okay, I'm gonna taste it. Planta say taste it. I go out there and I taste the thing. I say, plant, I ain't serious. I say, no.
Yes, it's a strong tea.
Mm-mm.
Poking, very poking.
Man, I'll make tea with it, you hear?
Yes, well, you do it how it works for you. You know what I'm saying? With Urban. Urban, how you use it, Urban? Okay, let me see. I bought yellow melon and see. Okay, all right. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Thank you for being here, man. Okay, Urban say I cook it. I read it like pork and it poison. Right?
Oh,
Wait,
yes, I
hold on.
read that too, like pork salad.
I
So maybe
read
you,
it like pork salad. It poison. Right? That's not true, man. Don't bother with them people. Oh, I went on tumble dog already. Oh man, I can't
yes,
second that because I just been eating that just so in the garden. Rip up it and eat some leaf.
you know
Then they
something
say
too?
poison. I can't believe it.
Listen,
But I'm not telling you not to drink, eat it raw, okay? But it ain't true. Oh, I wanna be done already.
I don't know about I mean, I don't know if anybody know about sassafras. It's a tree, and it has the same type of flavor and stuff as the shisho, the longevity spinach. It has a really nice flavor, like to make teas and stuff. I don't know if anybody know about sassafras or had any experience with it, but when we moved here 10 years ago, the neighbor was complaining, all these sassafras, you got to get rid of this. And I was like, sassafras? That thing is in my herb book. And I've had my herb book for over 20 years. I was like, oh, that's what it is, sassafras? I'm not cutting that down because it's good for something. Yeah, I said, but it smells good. It smells like you can make a nice tea with it. He goes, no, that's poisonous. I was like, oh, okay. But it's in my herb book as a herb. You can use it. People use it in their cooking to make stews and whatever. But I have plenty of sausage trickle in my yard. I've
Okay,
heard sassafras tea.
God.
There we go. There we go. So
Oh
people have
man,
heard
trust
about it.
me. I did video eat while I'm walking eating them. So it's
Yes, I
right.
see planter pull a branch of sassafras. One morning he did a live in the woods, Papa. And this man just pulled his and he chewing away. I was like, oh, that must be tasting good, man. When mine grow, I go do the same thing. Papa, oh,
It's a
I could
strong
make
thing.
it.
It's really strong.
It's strong. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's strong. Uh, you have to be used to it to be able to do that.
Exactly.
You have to be used to the taste of it.
Yes, but you are right. A lot of life. Yep. Lot of
That's why my book is so old. I have an old book. I mean, 20 years is not old, but still.
man, that one for sure. I can tell you. You hear me? I can tell you that one is a lie.
Well, I have the evidence because I see you, but you're here talking to me now.
Exactly right.
So, well, once you're not cloned, just saying. That's another thing right there.
But I'm real. Yeah, you listen to me.
Rude bear.
I don't think
Exactly, D-mode. Exactly. And they use it to do other things with it too. So why they telling us it's poisonous?
I have plenty of saffron tree growing in my yard. Okay. That's what I'm saying, man. There's a lot of things we been taught a lot of things and some of them ain't correct, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Is what they use to make root beer. Oh really?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Mike is
Come.
growing. Oh, what Mike say? Oh,
Peas
I'm
going
shelling cow
all
peas.
over. Peas going flying all over. Which peas?
Cow peas.
Oh, the cowpeas. Cowpeas is black eyed peas, right? Mike, Mike, cowpeas is black eyed peas, right?
Let's see what he say. No, it's not.
It's not black
Sorry.
eyed peas?
So he says it's similar.
Oh, really? Okay. They say poison because they can't make money off of it. Everyone know the truth. That's it, George. Truth. That's it. They love call everything invasive. What is going on?
I
Isn't
agree with you 100% urban.
yeah?
100%.
So is sushi the same as long versus? No, I'm not sure. I really not sure.
No,
I sorry, I
no,
can't
it's not.
show the plan.
I put it in the chat. Sassafras has red roots. Use the roots for I can see.
Let me see. No, it's
For
not.
tea.
Okay, all right.
You should see my black eyed peas. I thought I wasn't gonna get black eyed peas, but they're looking good.
Oh yes, black eyed peas. Love. I have some in a container in one them bath pan where we used to have back home. I don't know if you used to have them big bath pan with them people used to go a river with them clothes. I have a yam in that and black eyed peas growing inside it. Man, if you see how that thing pretty. If you see how them black eyed peas beautiful, you know, especially when they're young and growing.
You know, some
Oh,
people just eat them young when they're green, when it's green.
I think they could.
Yeah, like so, like just like green beans.
I think they could. I think
I'll
people
let
just
my
leave them
I'll
to
let
dry
mine go
and
to dry. Next
right
year
I
when
would
I
throw
plant
them.
it, I'll do it try it that way. But right now I'm trying to let it go all the way so I could
Okay,
save some seeds too. More
okay, Mike
seeds.
said people call it different things by areas. That's true.
Perilla leaf.
I see the sushi seed, but they
Oh.
spell it shisho. Right. That's how
Yes,
that's
that
how
is
most
spelling.
it is so it is the same thing. Yeah, I think it's the same thing.
Yeah, yeah.
The
Is that's how
same
it's
thing.
spelled.
The same thing
Shiso.
don't
Shiso.
shoot. Yeah.
I don't know the pronunciation.
Same thing. Shisho is also as perishable leaf. Okay.
No, she meant perilla leaf. That
Okay.
was a typo.
Okay. Yes, it is. Yes, this is a parallel plan. When if you really want to learn about this, you gotta them Japanese. They love this thing. Them it's Japanese favorite plan. They will tell you about this plan. But I love it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I love the tea. Just put it in some hot water and just drink it. I just love the flavor of the tea.
I have some dried already, so I'll try the tea because I like to drink tea at nighttime. I think
Yeah,
it's a cultural thing for us to drink tea
yeah.
in the night.
I air dry mine. I didn't even. I just put
Yeah,
them in them up.
It air dries very easy because it's a
Yes,
thin leaf.
yes. Man, plenty tea, man. I bought my house from a
Horticulture
horticultural
scientist.
scientist. So
Wow.
if I have many different type of plants, I find on the you
Well,
know
he
what?
probably left that passion fruit there, Dimut.
Maybe I thought, whoa, we got possibly maybe poison, and no, it's not poison. If that's the same leaf you're talking about, well, I can't say it poison because I eat this thing on the regular. Almost every day I'm eating a few leaf. So I can't, you know what I'm saying? That song really cool. Yes. You know, I could never forget, man. Two people. I didn't want to say they come and they was, it's so much thing we have growing and don't know that there's actually is either food or hoe. You see, I believe everything that grows have its purpose. I don't believe anything poison or all what did I say. It have its purpose. It just got to use a certain way. You know what I'm
Uh,
saying?
yeah,
Maybe we just need to know how to use them.
right. On that note, and I think that's because sometimes different parts of the plant may hold more toxic
Right,
stuff in it. And so then they might just say, okay, the entire plant is toxic when it's not the entire plant. It could be the
right.
roots, it could be the leaves, it could be the fruit, you know. And then
Because
with that, you have to know how to get rid of that out of it before you
that's
consume it.
right.
And so I agree with that part. But to say that something is poison and just stay away from it and just leave it alone and it's not food, I don't think that's fair to say, because
Exactly.
it's not the truth. But we just have
Right.
to do our own research and be careful, proceed with caution. And even
Mhm.
things that are good for us, some people may be allergic to it. Even
That's
edible
true.
stuff that we know are edible,
That's
some
true.
people may be allergic to it.
That's true.
But going back to what you said about things popping up in our garden and we don't know. I took a little footage yesterday, and I was gonna make a short about it, and I'm gonna talk about it now. Whether I put the short out, we'll figure it out. But what I did this year was in my garden. Usually I would remove all of the weeds in my garden. But because it's been raining so much and I've had to weed all the time, all the time, all the time, and I couldn't keep up, a lot of things grew to maturity in my garden. And I realized that I had food in my garden that I was pulling up. And I
Right.
wasn't letting it grow enough to be able to recognize that that's actually food.
That's true.
And so when I saw it, I was like, I called my husband over. I was like, what's that right there? And he couldn't believe, because it's something we actually know from growing up, you know? And you use it as greens. We call it badgie bush. In Trinidad, I think they call it badgie also. And it's of the
Badu, yes.
amaranth family. It's a family to the Jamaican callaloo.
Badu, yes, yes, yes.
Badgie, yeah. And I was like, are you kidding me? I have this right here. So guess what? It went to seed, and I take my organza bag and I put it over it and tie it up so the seeds would fall right in that bag. So that's what I'm doing. I mean, there's so much things that I discovered I had. And a mango tree also came up in my garden. And if I had pulled that thing out when it was young, maybe I wouldn't even realize that it was a mango.
Right, right.
So there's a lot of different things that I noticed this year because I wasn't able to keep up with the weeding. And I'm like, wow, that taught me something, like let the weeds grow. That's what it really taught me. As much as I don't like to see too much weeds, I'm like, I'm gonna let the weeds grow.
That's why at times like these I don't weed anymore. If
Right.
maybe around plants I see the weed trying to grow, but in air I just leave them, let it just grow because I want to see where these
What they
plants, what
Yep.
is, you know what I'm saying? Because
Right.
look what I'm seeing on the leaf, right? Seed
Mm.
on the leaf growing in my garden every year, while, but I never know a seed on the leaf.
Because you never left it long enough, maybe. Because
Exactly. Now I'm seeing seed and now it can't form a seed on the leaf. And these is plants my grandmother used to send me go pull up the root
right,
and bring them for she to boil and
right.
you
Because they
see.
all have properties in them that are beneficial,
Yeah, I agree.
and it's stuff that we already know that we've been using for so long. No, Urban, I didn't see any shadow Benny. I wish I could see
Wait,
shadow
what is
Benny.
Shadowberry? I know that name, but what name so again? The shadow Benny.
Shadow Benny, it tastes kind of like cilantro too.
Mm.
But we use Shadow Benny in Chow Chow,
I know it. I know the name.
Shadow Benny in green golden apple or green mango with some hot pepper and onion and thing. Ooh,
You know what?
snack.
I need golden apple for a long time, you know. Man, listen to me. The last time I went down, somebody bring a bucket. I went down in time. You know what I'm saying? I went down in time, man. Listen to me. And they were sweet, eh? You know,
And
some
juicy because
sweet.
if you get them in the right season,
Right,
sometimes those things bear off season or they might put out a second crop. But that first
right.
crop,
Man,
the first crop, that's it right there.
I have bought that growing like crazy. I don't use it. I've always known it's a weed. But man, listen, me do some help me do some research on Bodak, man.
The
Bodak is
en-
something you will love to
the entire
study.
the entire burdock plant is usable.
Yep, do
The
some
herbal.
research on it, LP. Bodak, yeah. I have some growing as well. But the spread though, others have to break off the limbs and because they spread out like crazy.
Yeah, they're big, and if you have things growing right around it,
Yeah,
it's gonna
it
cover it
cover
up.
them, yeah. So I just have to pop the limbs them. Do some
Listen,
research, LP. Very good
be,
plan.
before when I just got this book here that I have here, my first herb book, I used to go in the health food store and I used to purchase all these herbs, right? I'm telling you guys, I used to purchase all these herbs. And then when I realized that on my property, a lot of these things that I would purchase is growing just wildly like that. I had stopped buying it. And believe it or not, I have a lot of them still in the thing downstairs. I've shown it in one of my video. And I don't use it anymore because I already have. I have it growing fresh in my garden. And I actually know what's in it. There's no herbicide in it, there's no pesticide, none of that stuff in it when I grow it myself. So that's what I'm doing.
Yep.
I'm not even playing. I this year I grew some red clover, and it's a different variety to the one I actually know. It have has a longer, slender look. And today I picked up my daughter from her practice, marching band practice, and we pulled up on a light, and I look over and I saw the other one that I didn't have. I was like, "You're gonna go there real quick and grab them flowers because I need them seeds." She was like, "Mom, really?" I was like, "Yep, go grab them. You have enough time." So I have those seeds and I'm going to put that in my soil. I'm not playing. I'm serious about this. I'm really serious. And I have
Good help,
always
LP.
done wild foraging. And that's what I do at the end of summer into the fall. Because a lot of things come to maturity. All the nuts be falling, all the black walnuts, all the hickory nuts, all those things, they fall. They fall from the tree. So
You
I
see,
do a lot of foraging.
the one that the mood was talking about, right?
Yes, the
I have
black
a
walnut.
huge, I have a huge tree, and when you see them thing drop, it's like they're just spreading all over. And someone told me, "Oh, you gotta be careful how you eat them. You gotta, all kind of craziness they was telling me."
You just gotta
So,
let it dry because it has that oil in it. That's it. So you gotta let it go all the way, let it dry out. You
mm,
have to put it in the sun to dry, just like how you would dry out cashew nut
right,
in the sun, and you would turn it in the sun. That's the same way you treat it.
man.
That's the
The
same.
way,
That's all
the
it
way you
is.
make me
Because
see,
you know cashew nut has that blister stuff in it. That
yeah, yeah.
yeah. So it's the same thing with that nut.
Well, this year I'm gonna definitely save. So, listen me. When you look underground, the ground pace, you know, the ground pace with them is a really tall tree, big and tall. And I never use one because I'm hearing, man, you got to know how to do these things. And
I have eaten black walnuts before. I do eat black walnuts and I do for wild foraging of black walnuts. So I'm telling you.
well, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna save some this year.
Even acorn nuts are edible. I eat acorn nuts that falls from my
Well,
tree,
if
but
the
you gotta
squirrel eating it,
yeah,
believe me, it's good.
well, yeah, it's edible.
Yeah, and squirrel love it. That's the thing. Them squirrel love.
Yes. Wear gloves.
Okay,
Same thing with the cashew nut mood. Yep.
okay. Wear gloves. Okay, got you, got you. I think the way the world designed food was it designed for the real nature and everything works. Food was just there that
For
people
us
can
to
find.
always have food, and
Yeah.
this is why the scare tactic is out there because they're trying to scare us from the food that nature provide for us. Of this is poisonous. Don't eat this. Don't eat that. Don't eat too much of this. I mean, you got to use your discretion sometimes. You know.
I remember there was a grass. I can't remember the grass name, but it was a grass. You know what we used to do? We used to take. They used to grow in the road, and all over the place. So what we used to do, we used to like take two of them and tie them, right? And if like we see we friend a come and we want to mess with him, we tie them. So when he pass and the foot get inside there, it pull him down. But anyhow, that
Kush grass.
I think that yes, I think that is it. Don't
But
you
them
know? Don't
kush
you know
grass.
to boil the root of the grass?
Yes, kush grass root. Yes, they used to boil that.
Yeah.
Yep,
And
I
that just
remember
been
that.
growing wild everywhere, man. Listen,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
there's so much stuff out there that we can actually use for help ourselves and
Right.
use as food. Like pork weed, right? They say pork weed toxic. But how pork weed supposed to eat? Because I eat it. I have plenty trees. You got to boil it for a long period of time. Boil it throughout the water. Boil it throughout the
About
water.
4 or 5 times I heard
So to get that the toxin or
out
whatever,
of it. Yeah.
but you could eat it. It's just a way you got to do it to able to eat it. The berry, they say the berry good for heart. This is not. This is what I heard.
Disclaimer, please.
Not a doctor, not giving medical advice. Okay, just saying something I heard. The berry for that, they say it's good for arthritis. I don't know. That's what they say. But there's so much stuff. And when you watch all these berries and these plants, the birds eating them, but yet they're telling you they ain't good. No, if the birds eating them, I believe I can eat them too.
Right.
They tell you everything is bad. Do you? That's it right there. That's it right there, the mode. Do your own research on these plants. I'm not telling you to just go out there and just grab up plants and eat and drink. That's not what I'm
That's
doing.
what I did with the shisho, but it shut me down.
And look what they say about shisho. But then there's somebody eating it forever.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the taste of it. I was ready. Like even longevity spinach, people say they eat it raw, and I mean, I have no experience with it. I just was watching it for a couple of years, and I was like, okay, maybe I should try to grow it this year, and that's what I did.
Okay.
So, but
Right.
I can see me making teas. I made a nice harvest with it today, so I'm drying the leaves out now, and so I'm going to use that for teas. You know, even if I want to put it in stews and stuff like that. You know what? It kind of have a flavor like bay leaf.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Um, our bay leaf is different in Grenada. So The American bay leaf, I should say. The smaller
Mm.
leaf. I've showed what my bay leaf looked like before. It's
Yeah,
a
you
big
did
leaf.
show me a
Yeah,
big leaf.
yeah. So
I'm
that's
growing some. I'm growing like them here. I have two plants growing, but in
okay.
container. But they grow
Okay.
slow though. There's
Mm.
not there's not fast grow as fast as I see. I mean, I get them pretty young, like real baby. So maybe that's why.
Mm.
Oh yeah, let me read this on the screen. This is not medical advice. Please do your own research and consult with your medical professional. Thank you. Sure, do your own research. We only talking about plants and where we have ideas about, but is you know to take the next step and
Right.
do your research and learn about these plants. Speak to your doctor before even trying to use these herbs. Heck, we all different sometimes. Pineapple and mango give me so you see? All right. That's
Well,
true,
we can
LP.
do
That's
it.
true. We all different. Something might make you chop and make me feel good.
Mango. Oh, don't say mango again. I don't think
Right
I could
now,
live without mango in my life. We grew up on mango.
hell yeah. Half
Like
full
you would suck a few mango season, you suck a few mango. Mm. You don't need a meal.
that's it. That's it for the day. There are thousands of things that are edible that we don't even know about. I have discovered many things that are not grown in the states. All right, that's yep,
Yes,
yep,
because there are a lot of tropical and subtropical foods and fruits and stuff like that. I mean, I'm just blessed to have that experience of where I grew up and knowing all the fruits. Those were our snacks. Those really were our snacks. It was fun.
yep. The mode say I had right. The mode right. The mode was
Yeah,
on the live with me one time, and the mode say he takes some moringa and he don't like the feelings. You see, so and then
right.
other people will drink moringa and feel good.
That's exactly what I was saying earlier. Sometimes we could use something that is healthy for us, but we're allergic to it. See what I'm
Right,
saying? Yep.
right. I still eat them both. Okay.
Oh,
Would have yet to try outside of being the mixed green powder. Okay, commercial. Well, I mean, moringa, you could grow them in a container, take them indoors, but I'm gonna try something I see. Can't forget the remember the guy name. To see, and he growing them in cold climate. Well, not really cold climate. Alabama, I see. Alabama in that
no, Alabama ain't cool.
north. So maybe his might be different, right?
Maybe Colorado or the Dakotas. He's really cold, you said?
No, he said where he there in a cold temperature.
Oh,
But if it, I don't think he get the serious cold. But I'm going to try a mango tree and a moringa tree this year. I'm gonna really put in some work to really protect their roots, just to see. I like the taste of mango, but never found the really sweet one here. The taste, what? Listen to me.
that's sad.
Don't shoot. You have some mango. If you
That's
listen to me,
sad.
your
Oh my
finger might
gosh.
get to your mouth. You
Mm-hmm.
might even bite your finger.
You might bite your own finger. Trust me.
Yeah,
And I'm not playing. And the reason why these things taste that way is because they're grown elsewhere. And because they have to go through shipping and storage and stuff, they are harvested before it's time for them to
yeah,
be
yeah.
harvested. So it's not a quality fruit.
Yeah, they harvest it young. They're not
Yes.
even full
Young
because
right.
people just trying to make their dollar. So
And that's why I believe LP, this comment that you have up there, I think that's why LP must have had the rash, and it's from that like latex like stuff from the seed, because it has that bitter
The
stuff like the
rhyme,
stain. Yes,
the right
yes.
there. Some mango have a rhyme in there. I remember we had a mango, we used to call it rhyme. You used to have to squeeze out the rhyme out the head
Ah,
before you eat the mango. Because when you eat it, you could taste the rhyme up inside it.
it
We used to
burn your
call
mouth.
it, yeah. So out the head by the top with a and you squeeze it out. Then you eat it.
A lot of those, like that one, you would have to let it ripe all the way. That's what we used to do. Let it ripe all the way. When
Right.
all of that is
That's
gone,
a good way too.
yeah.
You know, sometimes you're on the road and you want your mango and rhyme. Let me grab two my rhyme, boy.
Right, me knocking dog. Yep.
I
And
go,
then myself,
I go in
okay.
myself organ. It give me hot flashes and headache. Oh wow! So right the mood that shows you is something that you don't want to deal with. If it giving you headache and flashes, no, yeah, something ain't right. I don't know. And then I just drink the tea because I grow them. I pull off the leaf them. Sometimes I even wash the leaf and eat the leaf just like that.
No, Papa, plant
Yeah,
that.
man, it tastes good. Yeah, oh, yeah. That leaf tastes good, green just like that.
I cannot keep up with you, sir.
Listen, me. I love raw leaf, man.
I don't have that type of palate,
Okay, okay.
you
I'm
know,
back. I had to
yet,
get some
yet.
dry. I'm back. I had to go get some dry mango.
Oh,
LP,
is it the
you might gotta go in the island, man, and get some. Just go in the island and get some really ripe,
good
nice
juicy mango
ripe.
off the tree?
Not just pick them from the tree. I mean, look, man, people as blessed and even understand how blessed them are. All these mango tree they have sitting down, and
Friend of mine said kimchi mix.
my friend of mine said kimchi make them violently ill, vomiting and all. I love it. You see what I'm saying?
I love kimchi. And my 14-year, I have to make kimchi all the time. I put some seeds down last year for not last year, last week, sorry, for the Chinese cabbage. What is it
Mhm.
called? What's the right name? It says Chinese cabbage on the package.
Chinese cabbage. Yeah, I think
Yes,
I
so I can make kimchi. And they tell you when you make it, oh, it stores up to such and such time. I made this kimchi and it's been in the fridge for months, and she still use it because I make them and I jar them up, and she used kimchi. I'm like, what did you eat? Oh, I ate that and I put some kimchi over it. It was so good. And you think a 14-year-old would enjoy fermented vegetables? That stinks. It literally stinks, but it's a good stink.
mm,
It's good. I enjoy it,
but you
and
see,
it's spicy too. So
it
yeah,
work for some and it don't work for some. So by the judging of different people reaction. So if one person eat this and throw up or get a kind of reaction, then
right.
it label as this is when someone else gonna eat it and feel good.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't found a food that I'm allergic to yet, but I think I'm allergic to polyester. It made me sweat like a pig. Oh wow. Okay. Wow. Well, I'm in Michigan. Can't say I'll be popping over to the island. Hold on. Yes. Can't get fresh to go. Wow. That is cool. I make kimchi taste great. Okay.
Yeah, I like kimchi. I have to make my fermented vegetables. It's natural probiotics. It's good for your stomach. So why
Um,
buy the probiotics in the store when you can make your own at home? That's how I look at it. You can grow your own vegetables and you can make it yourself.
it makes sense. It makes sense. Wow. Yep.
And even if you buy the one in the store, you don't know how long they've had it there, anyways. They make it,
Exactly.
it's sitting
Exactly.
there, and they put an expiration date on it, and you believe it, and no.
Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second.
So, and yeah, I do like fermented vegetables because I do it with when I grow. I didn't grow any this year because I grew it last year. But when I grow things like kohlrabi, I also use that too. In Mississippi, they get mango from places other than Jamaica. I know they get mangoes from South America, like Peru, and I'm not sure if it's Mexico, but I've seen the tags before. I know they get it from Haiti. There's a Haitian mango. That's a good mango too. If you get a good one, it's a good mango.
Mm, place other than, in
So
Mississippi, they get mango from place other than Jamaica. Okay. There's a lot of islands down there that full of mangoes, believe it. One day I'll try to make it on my own. I'd like to
to
try.
make sauerkraut too. Sauerkraut is good.
Hey,
Yeah, I think sometimes like I've opened a mango and inside the seed, for some reason it was smelly. The seed itself, it's smelly.
okay,
Because I feel like it must have been rotten or something inside of the seed because of when they harvested it while
okay.
it was still
Fifi,
young.
I gotta run for 15 minutes. You gonna be here? I want me end the live. Let me end the live.
Totally up to you. I'll just work with the chat.
Okay, I'll be back. Give me 15 minutes. All right.
Y'all gonna hang out with me for 15 minutes?
Okay, let me know.
No answer?
You guys gonna be here, or I will have to end the live. I gotta move away for 15 minutes. Oh, that doesn't sound right. Smelly fruit.
Okay,
Yeah, something wrong with it once you see that. Yeah.
they're gonna hang out.
Sure thing, I'll be here. Okay,
D-Mood, wait, let drop the link, let D-Mood come up with me so we can talk with mangoes.
all right, hold on. Invite.
D-Mood, can you come up? I should have asked.
Okay.
You gotta let him up. You can't go yet. Moderator, no. Okay, D-Mood. What color should a mango be to know if it's perfectly ripe? And yes, we are here. Okay, welcome back, D-Mood. We
Hey,
gonna
what's
hang out
up?
here and we go hold the fort for 15 minutes.
All right, all right, all right.
So,
But
so, so
I
go
saw
ahead.
Jones Truth was talking about mango, so she wants to look into Ethiopian mangoes are really sweet. East Indian mangoes are really, really, really sweet, and those are prolific in Jamaica. Um, they brought over years ago by the British, because of all these colonies, all these slave colonies they have all over the place. So yeah, I mean, when I hear people talk about mango, that lets me know they haven't had true mangoes. They, like you said, they have had mangoes that have been shipped on a refrigerated truck that's green, that they ripen up because they pump the acetylene acid to ripen it up. They take the acid from bananas to ripen up the mangoes. So the mangoes that we getting in the store, they green and they force ripen them.
Right. And it's for me it's kind of like, what in the world? Like, it's sad. Like, you don't know what I call it, a real mango, quote unquote, a real mango tastes like,
Right.
you know?
So I want to, before I go on, my wife, the live came up on her phone. So she like, why you out here outing my friend? So I'm gonna show him, this dude.
Yeah, but
Um,
John Shoot was also asking about what color a mango should be to know if it's perfectly ripe. And
okay,
the answer, and what my answer would be is, a mango doesn't have to be yellow or orange, an orange color. It can have a green skin, and
correct,
because that variety of mango
correct.
ripens that color. So it depends on the variety of mango.
We have a mango in Jamaica. I can't think of the name, but if I remember it, I'll put it in the chat or I'll send it to Jones herself. But it's green. It's a small mango. The skin, everything about the mango is sweet. All
Sweet.
you have to do is wash it. When we eat that mango, well, let me rephrase that. When I eat that mango, I eat from the rooter to the tutor, everything, the skin, everything going down my gut.
And the seed
Everything-
and the seed white when you're done.
yeah, everything is good. I mean, so Fifi's right. Some mangoes don't necessarily turn orange, don't turn yellow.
Right,
Some are green and they're ripe. It just depends on what species it is.
right. And some mangoes would look like they're ripe and they're not ripe,
And they're
because there
not
are
ripe.
some varieties that has a reddish color,
Yep.
looks beautiful, and you go up to it and it's not even full, it's not even mature, it's still young.
Yeah.
There's so much different varieties of mangoes in the islands, and all the different islands. And I mean, yeah,
Hmm.
you listen. When it's mango season, if you can get a taste of, in my island, they have a mango festival every year.
Oh. Mm.
All different mangoes. You make all sorts of things with mangoes.
Well,
Yeah.
we don't have no mango festival, but during mango season in Jamaica, you can go down any street, you can buy mango. Matter of fact, why are you buying mango? There's so many mango trees and people have so many trees, they can't eat it all. You can get your fill of mangoes. That's
People
why when
say,
I hear people say, "Oh, I went to Jamaica and I bought mangoes," I'm like, "You ain't got no family in Jamaica? There's mango trees everywhere." That's one thing I said about my island. And when I took my wife there a couple of years ago and I showed her some things, I said, one thing about Jamaica, the weather is always comparable where you can sleep outside if you get a nice tent or whatever. We don't have no poisonous snakes. We got two snakes. We got a black snake and a yellow snakes. And those are brought in by the British. And they brought the snakes in to defeat the rodents because the rodents were eating the sugar cane. Well, being animals that want to do what they want to do, they started breeding and they just went crazy. So the British had to turn around and bring in mongoose. That's why Jamaica has mongoose. We have the red mongoose. He a little feisty joker, and he did do a job on the snake population. So we don't have that. But what we do have is everywhere there's fruit growing, there's vegetable growing, and it's not that somebody's I'm like, I don't know if God blessed the soil or what, but people just not naturally eat stuff, throw the seed, and it grow. So
right.
there's food everywhere. You shouldn't be having to be starving. And most people in Jamaica, if they have fruits and vegetable, ackee tree, whatever kind of tree they have in their yard, they know it's so much growing they can't eat it all. Now you have people that are different. Let me put it like that. They're different and they guard their property like you be saying you ain't giving away nothing. There's people like that, like I ain't giving up nothing. Well, you can't eat it all, and
Well,
all you
they'll just let it go to waste.
and we have so many different varieties of fruit. Like I said, on my property, every time I've been at this house since I bought this house in 2007, so I've been here 16 years. Every time I go around my property, I find something. Like now, I'm finding passion fruit. And now that I think of it, the vine that now that I think, like I said, I have seen those vines, but I always pull it up because I think they're parasites because they like to wrap themselves around my damn hibiscus. So I always rip them out the soil. So
Right.
those never go to fruit. They never go to flowers because I
Right.
pulled
Because
them
you
out
pull them
early.
out. Yeah.
Now the ones on the side of the property, the reason why they went to fruit is because I don't mess with them.
Right.
But now that I know I'm gonna foster them, I'm gonna help them. So instead of them making them grow on my hibiscus, I'm gonna put a stake out there so they can climb up it. And I'm gonna see. I'm gonna watch them. I'm
Or
gonna pay
you,
attention to them.
or you can just leave it in the woods right there where they're at.
Oh, I am. I'm
Because
not moving them. I'm just gonna give
because
them somewhere to
you don't
climb.
want them on any trees or any fruit trees that you're trying to grow because it would strangle them
Right.
literally.
Right now they're in the black walnut that's on the side, but it's a baby tree. I don't really want it to grow because the
Okay.
black walnut get really, really, really tall.
Really
So
big, yeah.
they can strangle that out if they want to.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, no. I mean, like I said, I go around and I had to do the research. The couple that I bought the house from, the wife was a horticultural scientist and her husband was a NASA scientist. So I had two scientists, two damn Frankensteins living on my property. So the wife was splicing and making all kind of flowers and different things.
That's
So
awesome.
that's why when I go around the property, I be finding I'm the only one that has sassafras. So all my neighbors, they always come. They say, "Can I get a sassafras?" You don't know. I've dug up sassafras and gave it to my neighbors.
And
That's
they,
that's before I knew what it was. They knew
oh,
what it was. I
but
didn't know what it was.
but do you smell it though?
Oh yes, and
You
it
can
smells good.
tell that it's something you make tea, at least make tea with.
It smelled like sweet, sweet licorice.
Yes, it
Hmm.
smells like something you make tea with,
But
like
listen,
to flavor something.
I have so much. It doesn't really matter. And
Because of the way it roots. So it roots and it pops up from the root,
right,
from that little young root. It roots and pop and roots and pop. And I'm like, I'm tired of pulling these out because I know I have it where I want it to grow, but then I have all these roots.
they're prolific. They're everywhere. My blackberries came in this year. The problem was the birds were faster than me, so they got them all. I only managed to get half a pound,
Oh,
and
wow.
yeah, but and it's so funny because I have one, two, three, I have five patches, and I only
Mm,
managed to harvest one, the one closest to the house that they didn't come over to. I think
wow.
everything close to the house where they see me on a daily basis, the birds they like respect. He over there, we gonna leave him alone. But anything out in the yard is fair game.
Right.
Like I told you, the deer, they kind of left me alone with the grapes that I had on the deck. They ate the outside ones, but they didn't come around on the deck itself. So what's happening now, the grapes are finally turning purple. They're turning into grapes. They're looking like
Okay.
grapes. So
Okay.
what's happening now is I have the little birds. Now that it's ripe, they're getting in there
They're
and
coming
starting to
in.
do. Yeah, yeah,
Bird netting will do. Let's not
yeah.
forget the chat. Can you see the chat?
Nah, not on my phone.
Okay,
But
so
you can read it out to me, and I'll let you
I'm
know.
gonna read the chat. LP said, I recently let a few mangoes get some black spots on the skin like bananas. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
those are usually good mango. You get
Hmm.
all the juice. All you get from it is the good juice. Yep.
That's what I do with
I've
my
tried.
bananas. I let them get black spots so I
Yeah,
can make banana fritters.
I'm not a banana person. I haven't had banana in months. A
Make a
banana.
banana fritter, man. Make them ripe. Mix them with a little bit of flour and
I've,
fry them.
I've had plantains, but not bananas.
Oh, okay.
I've tried, I'm going to butcher this, a talfo mango, and I did not like it as much as the usual ones. A
Mm.
small mango, stayed yellow, not as sweet or flavorful. Is it kind of longish looking? If it's the one, isn't that the champagne mango? Or
I don't know none of them mango
oh,
names.
yeah, well, yeah, I don't know those either because I don't know those from back home either.
Hmm.
The mangoes I see here, I don't know them from back home. We don't have those mangoes back home, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
exactly. That's why I was saying,
So,
like the East Indian and the different ones. Those are
yeah,
the ones I know. But people got to understand, a lot of the mangoes that we're seeing in America come from Mexico.
and South America too.
Yeah, but
Peru and those places
a
down there. Yeah,
majority comes from Mexico.
yeah. Um,
So you're
next,
gonna get introduced to species of mangoes that you may not have heard of or tasted before. But if you go to like different places, you get different species.
yeah. I need to have mango shipped from Jamaica. Oh, this is Joan Strutt saying that.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen. The customs gonna take them.
Oh, cause they have
They
this
got.
the
They said they'll tell
line.
you got worms.
So for years and years, so I've been here. So for I would say at least 20 years, we weren't able to ship or to bring back mangoes from Grenada because of this the fruit fly they call it.
Yeah.
That will get into the fruit as a flower and it stays in there and until the mango is ready to be harvested.
Yeah.
But now you can actually bring mangoes from Grenada. I don't know what changed.
Mm.
So, I mean, that's a good thing. So I can get some back home mango. But
I, the custom first of all, the customs in Jamaica gonna stop you, and if you make it past them, the customs in the U.S. gonna stop you. But
yeah,
if you know the right people, somehow they get them in. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
right. And
And if you have, and if
it depends on where's your port of entry, where there's a because I can tell before that happened, like it I've seen it happen. And I'm like, how did you get through with that? Like how? Oh,
hmm
because it's such and such.
yeah.
Or people works there. I'm like,
But
okay.
the closest place, Jones Truth, if you're trying to get like closest to the islands of the different varieties of mango, is Florida. And it's right here in the U.S. A lot of people get stuff from different islands, from Grenada, Trinidad, Jamaica, Haiti has a mango that is it's called a
That
Haitian mango. That's what we call it. It is
boss.
so
Haitian
sweet.
mango. That mango boss. You get a good Haitian mango.
It is so sweet.
I haven't had one in a very long time
Me
because for
neither.
the last few years the quality hasn't been good, so I just
hmm
stopped buying it altogether.
Yeah.
So yeah, but
But the biggest variety of stuff that I've seen outside of being in Jamaica is when I go down to Florida, down to my mom's, and she take me to the market, because like how they have flea markets here, they have garden markets in
okay.
Florida,
Oh,
and they have it
nice.
like once a week, and all the local gardeners that
Like
do
a
organic.
tropical type thing, or
Yeah, and they all
okay.
get together and they have yellow yam, cassava, sweet potato, different mangoes, neeseberry, custard apple, Ethiopian apple. They have all the stuff that
Oh,
you would find in
that's what you call it.
Ethiopian apple. Ethiopian apple. That's what we call it, because it originated
It's
from Ethiopia.
it's is there a short for it?
Ethiopian apple.
Because I heard Ethiopi apple.
They call it that too.
Okay, because I heard Backyard Farmer Pat saying it. I was like,
Yeah,
how do you spell it? Okay, so now I get it.
and it looks like a pear. It's pointy, and
Yeah.
and it's red, and when you bite it, it's white, and you eat it all the way down. Like, so that's what I used to have as apple. And then my next door neighbor, when I was living in Jamaica, he got on farm work, and he used to come to America to do farm work, and they would let him bring American apples back,
Okay.
and he gave me and my brother an American apple. That was the first time I saw it, and I was not impressed.
Because they try to replace your apple.
Yeah, I was like, okay, all right,
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and stick to the Ethiopian apple,
Yeah.
because we had a tree that was in the neighborhood. It didn't belong to nobody, but everybody
Oh,
would go there and harvest.
yeah.
Everybody.
So that fruit we call it in Grenada, we call it French cashew.
Oh,
So we
okay.
have the nut cashew, which we call cashew nut, and we have that apple, we call it French cashew.
Ain't it so weird that different islands call the same fruit different names?
I know.
Yeah.
And then there's the wax apple that's similar to it. And then there's the what's the yellow one? I forgot what the yellow one is called. Oh, it's
Yeah.
called a plum rose.
Yeah. My mother sent me some Neesberry seeds, and I'm like, okay, why you send me these seeds? It ain't gonna work here. But I actually germinated one. I started with three. One finally germinated, and it ain't did nothing. It died. I mean, but I'm gonna do it again next year. I'm gonna start it indoors and try. But
Okay.
I'm like you. I don't like to waste effort on stuff that I know knowingly is not gonna make it. I want to waste my maximum effort on stuff that's gonna feed me and my family. I
Like,
do
go
I
ahead.
do occasional experiments
Right.
like I'm doing with the loofah. Like I
Okay.
said, this year was the first time I did loofah.
Hmm.
I finally seen the loofah. I don't know if it's gonna make it to maturity, but I see them. And
Right.
so I seen the babies, and now I just want to see. I just want one to make it, because if that
Yeah.
one make it and I can dry it out, then that's more seeds.
If there's a way you can insulate it somehow and see how far you can push it, that would be good. You know,
No,
it's
no, because I have it on chicken wire and cord. That's the trellis I made. So it's just it doesn't send out so many vines. You see my video where I showed it.
yeah.
I have it in a 5 gallon bucket, and I'm gonna tell you, it is prolific as far as vining and flowers. Not flowers, but leaves.
Leaves.
But
Okay.
now I'm starting to see um the
The
fruit
little
or the
parts
vegetable,
coming out. Yeah.
because I did not know people ate them as a
They eat
vegetable.
them young. Yes, they
I
eat them
thought
young.
people only use them as scrubbers, because that's what I'm growing it for.
Right.
Until I was watching Grow Family Network channel, and King's wife Bev, she had one, and she was showing that when
Thank
she
you.
harvests them when they're young.
Okay. Yeah. I know they
So
eat them when they're really young.
yeah, because if you don't do them when they're young, when they get older, they get hollow.
Right. Yeah.
And so they cut them up, and it's just like cucumbers. I didn't listen. I've always eaten cucumber like how I eat an apple. Just pick it, eat it raw, just like that.
Right.
My father came here, right? He came here to hang out with me, and he got skills. My father's a jack of all trade. He know electrician, he know air condition, he know everything. So I was tapping into his brain using some of his techniques, and getting him to come help me do some stuff around the house. So he brought some food with him, and he was cooking some stuff. So I'm like in the kitchen, I'm watching him, and he was making, well, we call it bully beef, but here in America they call it corned beef.
Corned beef. Yeah.
So he was making some corned beef, and he was like, the corned beef, to preserve it, they put a lot of salt in it.
Yep.
So he said how you reduce the salt is you add cucumbers. I'm like, cucumbers? I said, cucumbers you eat raw. He said, no, cucumbers are vegetable. So he peeled the cucumber, then he chopped it up, and he just layered it inside the corned beef. I was like, okay. So I was reluctant, but he fed my wife. He fed, wifey. He made her a plate. Oh my God, she loved it. Like, hell, well, take him home with you then. So now every time she makes corned beef, she adds cucumbers to it, because
Mm,
literally the cucumber sucks up all the salt. I was like, learn something new today.
brilliant.
Always learn something. That's why he said, if you just think you know everything, that's a problem. You should always be trying to strive to learn everything. That's why I said I learned from you. That's why I sent you that picture of the damn fruit. I'm like, what is
Oh,
this? And then here you go thinking I'm playing. Talking about, stop playing
I
with me.
I simply thought when you send that to me, because you're from Jamaica, you're from the islands. So I'm like, you know what? I'm mad at D Mood. He's growing passion fruit and it's looking so good. And he sent me this picture to show off. And
Okay.
then I realized you were dead serious.
Okay.
And then
So
I was like, do you mean this is growing wild? I'm like, okay, well, I'm first on the list.
okay. So I'm gonna give you a little bit of tidbit of information. So I grew up a little bougie. So I
Okay.
wasn't I wasn't doing a lot of other stuff a lot of other people were doing, because my grandmother didn't allow it, because she was bougie. Now my father was like, man, let him go out there and be a man. Let him go run the bush. And like Planter was saying earlier, how we grew up was we used to watch the birds. If the birds were eating something, we ate it. If the birds didn't mess with it, we didn't mess with it.
Don't mess with it, right?
So that's how I grew up eating stuff. And as I started in my gardening journey, which I started in 2014, and a lot of different people do gardening for reasons. I literally did gardening because I needed to do something to calm my mind down. My mind was racing. I was what I did for the federal government was I was a thinker. I was always in a lot of think tank. Somebody saw something in me 15 years in the military. They thought I was smart. I don't know why they think that, but okay. They thought I was smart. So they sent me to a bunch of different schools and training to think. So I would spend my day doing thinking. My wife she used to stress a lot because she'd be like, "You all right?" Because I would just be sitting around the house just thinking of stuff. And what I was thinking of is how can we make the Army better 3 years from now? How can we make the Army better 5 years from now? How can we make the Army better 7 years from now? There's a consistency to something I'm saying. We work in what we call a 3-5-7 cycle. So basically what a 3-5-7 cycle is, every 2 years you're improving. So remember, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. So every 2 years you're improving. So that's what I was doing. I was always thinking. So her concern was, you've been moving 100 miles an hour. You're doing all this stuff. You're thinking, you're writing information papers. I mean, I had to do a briefing to President Obama on education. So I'm doing all this high level national security stuff. And her concern was, I don't need you to crash because your brain, you're a thinker. So I retired in 13. I'm milling around the house, and she's like, I'm worried, because the rumor in our business is normally people crash out 2 years after they retire, especially if they've been going 100 miles an hour. A lot of people crash out. So I felt myself declining, and I was like, I got to do something. At first, I started volunteering, and they try to make it a job. If I'm volunteering, I'm giving you my time free. I'm not asking for no money. I'm not asking you to pay my mileage. I just want to help other veterans. They want to put me on a schedule. They want to tell me when I should come in. I'm like, nah. I already followed orders for 25 years. I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart. So once people started doing that to me, I was like, well, I'm not volunteering no more. I'm going to stay my ass home. So I said, I called my dad. My dad reached out to me. And that's why a shout out to all the single dads. My dad was a single dad, raised me and my brother. I got my male energy from my dad. He was alpha male. And I got my nature inside from my grandmother. So I didn't grow up with my mother. My dad always had a garden. Always. Even now that he's in Charlotte, he got a garden. So he said to me, so yeah, what you planting? I'm like, what? What you mean? I go to the store. He said, man, you have all this time now. You're not doing nothing. Plant something. I was like, let me try that. Go ahead. Oh, so that's how I end up getting into gardening. And that was like, because I've heard you ask before, why do different people garden? And so that was my into gardening, was more so a decompression after 25 years of being in the service, going to war, doing all this extra thinking for people and worrying about stuff and the what ifs and whatever. And part of it too was why I was so actively thinking and trying to make stuff better for soldiers and their family was my son followed my footsteps. He was in the Army. So I didn't want to leave the organization in a bad place. And then here's my son in the organization. You know what I'm saying? He in the family business. So I wanted to make sure I left the Army in a better footprint. And a lot of my subordinates that worked for me were all successful. I had 7 of my subordinates made sergeant major, which is the highest enlisted rank you can ever get. So that's what I was. So to me, my input on the Army was leaving my successors that worked for me in significant places so they could carry on. They don't have to be like me, but you got some of what I've taught you. Now you go build on it. So my thing is, my son wasn't going to be in a safe place because there's people doing the right thing. I don't know what the thing is right now. They doing too much woke stuff for me now, but that's another story. But I got into gardening, and I just really enjoyed it, and it brought me back to my childhood. Because I remember my father used to have me out there, me and my brother. I don't know how he liked it, but I hated it. But I did it anyway because that's what it was. I remember my grandmother used to always tell me, "Go outside and get me a Honda banana." That's how I had grew up with bananas. It was literally growing on the tree. I would have to go outside, cut her a hand of banana, and bring it inside. And we always started from top to bottom. So bananas were always fresh. We didn't have no refrigerator, so everything was fresh. We had sour sop, sweet sop. We made juice, everything. I mean, like we said, we were talking about how we grew up in the islands. My ice box was a block of ice and sawdust. And so I tell people, they be talking about they had a hard life and so I said, no, you had a good life. I said I didn't see a microwave till I came here when I was 16. I didn't see a refrigerator till I was 16. I didn't have a TV till I was 16. I didn't know what a washing machine and dryer was. None of this stuff that all these people take for granted. I didn't grow up with none of that. And I had a great childhood and my clothes was always ironed and pressed.
Yep.
Even if it's with a coal pot iron.
Oh yeah, and I used to have to do it. I actually have to go out there and get it together, put the iron on top of it, wipe it off, and my grandmother be out there.
And steam press. Yep.
Yep, yep. Sure did.
Steam
But you
press.
know what?
And seam sharp. If you pass too close, you're getting cut.
Listen, my pants would stand up. The seam would be straight. Because, you know, I used to call my dad a trasher boy. In Jamaica, we call it trasher boy. Some place they call him a proud boy or a pretty boy. So I used to always call my dad a trasher boy. Every time that man come home, he take a shower, he powder his feet, he put on smell good stuff, and his clothes was impeccable. And he would go out. I was like, man, and that was my role model. I'm like, player, player. And he was the only child. Player, player. And all the women would love on him. And he wasn't married. He was a single dad with 2 kids. So he was taking care of me and my brother and my grandmother. And it's just interesting when you peel your life back. And I think that's why I'm so adamant with some of the things that I say. I was in a chat the other day and they were talking about single mothers and da 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 and all these programs. And I hear all that, but I wasn't buying all that because I don't know nothing about that.
I understand that because your experience is totally different.
Exactly.
So it depends on the person's story. Then they would talk according to what their story is.
And so this is what the problem I hear is I always hearing people dragging men. Oh, men ain't shit. Men ain't this. Men ain't that. But guess what? There's a lot of single dads out there. My brother is a 2nd generation single dad. His wife passed. She died of cancer. So he's a single dad like my dad was with 2 kids. And he was with somebody and he was going to get married to her. And then he realized, I'm not even going to say this on it, but needless to say, he didn't marry her. But he's a single dad. And my dad was telling him, he said, okay, you can make it happen. Just surround yourself with the right people and do what you're supposed to do. And you'll be okay. If you meet somebody, you meet somebody. If you don't, you don't.
Yeah, and the thing, city with single dad. Hell yes, there's a lot of single dad out there to one single mom.
That does a phenomenal job.
The thing about it, you see, what I just see, like if a woman have a good idea, the man should not shut you out with it. But one thing I will say, there's actually decent good men out there that woman really push to the door. You understand? And this is, it's like a design. It's like a kind of design in that form for pushing men to the how to say. Because what I really want to see is there's good men out there that doing everything they're supposed to do. You understand? And get treated in a mess, in a bad.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? And then you also have women who doing everything they're supposed to do and get cheated. So it's like a balance. But
you know what? But you know what, Planter? It's a small group of people that are very loud, that are on the social platforms that are talking mess about men and mess about women. It's not everybody,
Right.
Fifi got a husband. She's with her husband and her kids. I'm with my wife and my kids. You're with, your significant other. So people are out here living their life. We don't live on social media. That's one thing about me. I'll shut it off sometimes and don't come on it at all. But
Right.
people
Yeah, I haven't
who,
seen you in a while on here.
yeah, because people who live on this platform, they literally believe what other people be saying, and it don't necessarily be the truth. Oh, thank you, LP. Appreciate you.
Because
Um,
they're basically talking about a fraction of people.
correct,
You
correct.
understand? They can't
Yeah.
speak for everybody because now because you go into a situation or you see somebody going through mean everybody going through it. You know what I'm saying? You get happily, pretty happily family, husband and wife in this life today.
Yeah,
Boyfriend and girlfriend happy. Then you
yeah.
also have single parents, single men, single women. But you can't just, the truth is, you can't just beat the man down to the ground, which is the man mostly get the beat down.
Correct.
But the only thing I'll say, if a woman have good ideas, don't shut you. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And you know what? I served 25 years. Some of my mentors or some of the people that taught me a lot were female NCOs that I worked for. My first mentor was a female when I was in Korea. She was the one that told me, you need to study this, you need to study this, you need to understand military law, what it can do to you, what it can do to you. And she was Jamaican. Her name was Donna Brown. And so I've been around very smart women. So I don't never take nothing away from women. Now I've been in units where we didn't have no women; it was all men, and so that's when you let you know that sometimes you need an outside thinking. So like if I was in a unit, I was in a unit for 5 years. We didn't have no females. So the
Wow.
only time that I got female input was when I came home and talked to my wife. I said, "Hey, we thinking about doing this. What do you think from your perspective?" And she
Right,
would be
right.
like, "Well, that sounds crazy." I say, "That's what I was thinking, but you were on a bunch of men. Guess what we do? We jock each other up. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah."
Oh yeah.
And but sometimes you need that outside voice. So I would have conversations with her, and I would go back the next day, and we would be in a meeting session, and I'd be like, "Hey, why don't we think about this?" And I tell people all the time to this day, even people that I have helped get promoted, I said, "Thank my wife." Because a conversation that I had with her about you or about a situation is reason why you're where you're at right now. And
Right.
so that's why you got that team. I would tell you, my first combat deployment, I went where when I say combat, there's a difference. So there's deployments and there's combat deployments. My first combat deployment was when I went to Kosovo. And with a combat deployment was when you heard bullets coming towards you. And I'll never forget, I went with a bunch of officers, and bullets were coming towards us, and you could hear them zing, 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 zing. But I don't know why I adjusted so quickly, but I know why, because I grew up in New York and I used to hear shots all the damn time. But they dumbass was standing around talking about what's going on? Get your ass down or you're gonna get killed. But I bring that up to say a lot of people don't understand what a lot of veterans go through and then they come back. When you on a deployment, you basically shut. I'm gonna speak for me. I can't speak for nobody else. You shut your humanity off, because I know I did. I shut it off because I didn't want to think about my wife. I didn't want to think about my kids. It was game on. It was, hey, I'm gonna put you down before you put me or my people down, so I can make it back home to my wife and kids. Because if you're on a deployment thinking about your family, you're gonna be careless. So you got to shut that shit off and focus. But what happens is some people go on deployments and don't know how to turn it back on. And I think the problem we're having right now is the medical folks, they don't seem to get how to get a grasp on that, and they're really not listening to the damn veterans. I think our VA here is finally figuring the shit out, because I think I mentioned this to you before, Planter. The VA here, they're now doing gardening as therapy. They're letting them grow, and something about growing something. You're seeing it from it. It's a seed, breaking through the soil. You got to provide water for it. You got to protect it. You got to nourish it. So it's like a child, literally like a child.
Mhm.
You got to fend for it. So that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Wow. Man, you had a serious experience there, man.
I can't even. I listen. I can't even tell you stories. That's why I don't get mad at people. I don't get mad. I don't get upset. I am very chill. Um, when I was younger, I was like I could snap my fuse real quick. But I put it to you like this: when you done been survived some near misses, you start putting things in perspective. You start thanking God and say, God, if you let me get out of this, I won't do this, and this no more.
Right, right.
And just calmness and because you got to understand the other person on the other side of the rifle is trying to kill you, and you take that into perspective. And I always say to this day, right now in 2023, some of these dudes in Chicago and New York that think they thugs, put them in a uniform and put them on a battlefield. Since they like to shoot at things, put them out there. Let's see how. It's a big difference when people mean you harm and you talking shit in the street. It's big, 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 big difference. You know. But we
Yeah.
ain't talking about that. We talking about gardening.
Yes, yes. Yes. Well, man, story, very interesting story. Very interesting. I think you mute Fifi. Very interesting story, the mood, for real. Well, you know the good thing, the mood. Here what's good. You find something that could keep you at peace, and that's what's good. That's what's good. This, and you know what? I even glad to hear you say this because I've been telling people how garden could really, some benefit mentally, physically, you could get
Yep.
from out the garden.
Mm-hmm.
And what you say, they clear it up. You was able to turn it around because now you have a place you can turn to
Right.
find that peace and that place where you could relax and just live your life. That's
Oh yeah.
wonderful.
It's that's my happy place. I mean, I go out there and I do my. I don't listen. I be talking to Fifi when I want to get that excitement and that madness. I call Fifi because I
Okay.
be telling her about my deer and my squirrel, and then Urban. I be talking about my squirrel. They be like, get him. Nah, I just don't. I just think everything is in balance. Everything's gonna do every whatever. So once I found out the different techniques of how to manage my yard, how not to use certain chemicals in my yard, it's like now I need to wash. I need to get my house washed. I know they wash it with chemicals. I am so leery, but I have to get. I try to get it done every 5 years. And
Right,
I
right.
know they use chemicals, so I'm due. So that means okay, you're gonna wash it with the chemicals. The chemicals gonna bleed into the grass. It's gonna bleed into the soil. So I'm gonna have a good 3 to 4 years before the soil gets back to what it should be. So I think I am very cognizant of my surroundings. And I had a dog run into my yard the other day. He didn't scare me. You know why he didn't scare me? Because I thought it was a deer. It was a big
Timothy
dog.
was scared.
Oh, I was on the live with you. That's right. I was like, what the hell? I thought it was a deer. I mean, hey, Planter, I got some big deer, nice, thick, tan coats, healthy.
Oh,
I don't know
really?
what all they be eating, but they be eating good, man.
Your
And
grapes, your berries.
they eat my grapes, they eat my raspberries. I mean, they be and then the rabbits are getting nice and fat now. And I done saw baby rabbits now. They've been
Mm.
eating the grass. So there's certain patches in my yard where I won't cut the grass because I know the rabbits like to eat it. So I let them stay over there because I figure if I let them go over there and eat that grass, they won't come and eat my carrots or my other
That's it.
vegetables.
That's it.
Right. Right.
That's it.
So I just have to balance what's going on. Like I went into the yard day before yesterday and I was looking at one of my watermelons, and one of my watermelons has aborted two watermelon babies, and there's another one getting ready to be aborted. So I got something going on that I need to do. And I don't know if it was you planted that I heard say it or somebody that I heard saying, whenever you lose something or you take a loss on something, all it is to me, turn that L into losing into learning. You're
Right.
learning what not to do and you make it better for the next time.
That's true. That is true.
Right.
But you gotta listen to Fifi. Fifi like, well, if it's rotten, cut it open anyway. Get whatever's in there. I was like, Lord Jesus, this woman.
Yeah. If I'm growing a watermelon, right? And I look under and I see it's rotten. It don't matter. I'm cutting it open to see what the inside looks like, to
Look
see
like
if the seeds have developed, if I can save the seeds.
that's true.
Because I've had that where I was able to save seeds from a watermelon.
Yeah.
So
So
I still cut it open to see what it looks like in there.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna thin out all the vines and leave it with one watermelon per vine, because what I'm seeing is instead of the watermelon using up all those nutrients, it will all go to that fruit. So all that excess vine, because it's getting, like I said, my temperatures are getting ready to change on me. So I need all the energy to be focused on whatever is growing.
Do you still have a lot of flowers on there?
Yeah, on a couple of them. Yeah, because I got three varieties of watermelon growing. I have
I
the
would,
bush. Go ahead.
yeah, I would say if there's flowers on there and if the watermelons, for the simple fact that it aborted, maybe you should give it, if you have compost, if you can give it a little compost.
I did that.
Um,
I gave it grass clipping compost, and I gave it some calcium, because I was saying maybe it was blossom end rot or whatever,
mm,
just to be on the safe side. Because what I've been using as the calcium, I've been using remember what I was telling you, the coffee grounds. I've been digging
mhm.
holes right by the root and dumping coffee grounds in there, because I know it's packed with nitrogen and there's some little. It's not a lot of calcium, but there's some in it. And I know where that coffee came from. It's organic coffee. It comes from my house. I ain't got somebody else gave it to me or not. But then again, you got to figure like, did you plant the coffee yourself? No. So there's always those iffies.
Well, that's how it is. I mean, you only could do as much as you can. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Not
Yeah,
everything you might able to do 100%.
right.
You know what I mean? But you just
Yeah,
do as much as you can.
right.
Right.
So Fifi, you got anything else for me? Because I'm gonna go ahead and step down.
Um, are you growing coffee?
No.
What tropical plants are you growing?
What tropic papaya?
Okay, so you're gonna bring that indoors. Any citrus?
Yep. I'm growing papaya. I'm growing lime, a key lime.
I knew
Um,
that.
yeah, I know you do. I'm growing persimmons. The persimmons I'm gonna leave outside, even though I have them in containers. Because I want them to get climatized.
Do you know what variety persimmon you have?
Yeah, they're fuyu.
Oh,
Hmm. What happened was I went to the Asian market, bought my fuyu, cut
oh,
them open, and surprise, I had seeds.
okay, from seed. Okay.
Yep. So I'm growing them from seeds. It's not gonna be no time soon. It'll probably even see a fruit.
But see, that's the thing. Like, I won't mind because you're not in a rush because you already have the plant. So it's gonna take time. You're gonna
Hmm.
learn about it. It's gonna get acclimated to the weather. Hopefully,
Hmm.
if it's not, well, if they tell you, oh, you can't grow that there.
Well,
Yeah.
my neighbor down the street, he has four persimmon trees in his yard.
For
But
you?
he has American persimmons, fuyu,
Oh, okay.
and they're tiny.
Hmm.
But he has so them being small.
Hmm.
I mean, and he just put two new trees in. I mean, they're already small and they're already producing.
Okay.
So I went down there and I was talking to him. I'm thinking dude was gonna give me a cutting or something. Shoot. That dude looked at me dead in my eye. He's like, I'll tell you where you can go buy it. I was like, damn. Thanks, neighbor.
You were asking but not asking.
I was
Because
asking
I'm
but not
pretty sure
asking.
your conversation is like
Mm.
the next
Yeah,
thing for him to say is, okay, I'll give you a cutting.
but you know what's funny?
He didn't ask.
But you know what's funny? He came into my yard and he was like, "Hey, that sassafras tree, man, I would love to get me a baby sassafras." I was
Let's
like,
trade.
I said, "Hold on a minute." I went, I got my little trowel, I dug him up one from the root up, and he put it in the back of his yard. No, what that's one thing I don't do. I don't beg nobody for nothing. If you know, if you just don't want to give me something, I'm not going to double down and ask you to. No, 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 no. I'm good because I don't want you to ever think I'm in your debt ever. Not if you do it out of the goodness of your heart, we could. Like my next door neighbor, he grows grass and he grows flowers. He came over one day. He said, "Oh man, I see you growing two varieties of hostas. Would you like to try this type?" I was like, "What is it?" And he said, "This one." I said, "Yeah, I guess." And he gave me a small one in a little container, and I put it in. Now I got a huge one. He came over. His died. He came over. Was like, "Is that the hosta I gave you?" I'm thinking to myself, "Why are you always in my yard? Stay in your Stay in your property." But you know, that's how it is. I mean, we all have neighbors like that. That's how it is.
Right. It's good
Yeah.
when you can trade.
Yes, it's very
Because
good.
my thing is, I don't mind giving, but I'm not there anymore. Let's trade. Let me see that you're doing something. That's
Mhm.
how I've become.
Well, I am my neighbor to my left. He finally started a garden because he just retired, and but he doesn't. He uses everything chemical. He got Miracle Grow everything. But you know
Mhm.
what? He growing fruit. He growing fruit. However he growing it. I mean, he
You know
got.
what though? Since it just started, I mean, if you guys are having conversation, because sometimes people just don't know better, and that's
That's
a
true.
fact.
That's true.
So he's growing, so he started, so that's good. So you can enlighten him in a nice way. I'm sure you
I'm
guys have
telling you what though,
conversations.
his garden is thriving. I mean, he got some butter. Was it better? What do they call them? Better boy tomatoes. They
Mhm.
huge. He got bell peppers. He got all kind of beans. Cause he. The funny thing is, he grows it right by my fence. So as when I walk, I can literally look over. The next time I do a video, I'm gonna point my video across his fence so you can see what I'm talking about. But and then he growing sugar babies. But what he did was he literally started his bush baby watermelon out of a bag of Miracle Grow. He cut a little slit in it, put the seed in it, and grew it right outside of that, out of the
Mir-
compost.
Miracle Grow is a soil.
It's some kind of it's what is it? It's some kind of soil, but it's packed with all kind of chemical because it's
Yeah,
the three numbers on it, it's like a 20, 40, 50. I mean, it's huge. It ain't
mm,
organic. It but I'm gonna tell you what, he got all kind of watermelons, the bush variety growing.
yeah.
I'm like, whatever,
Wow.
whatever. I mean, at least he growing something. Everybody else is into the grass and the flowers. My neighbor right across from me, that guy is meticulous. I mean, he be out there with a pair of scissors on his knees cutting his grass. So I said to him one day, I brought a couple bags of
And a
seeds.
razor.
Listen, he doing the most, but I brought him some seeds, and I said I got some extra pots. I had some extra pots that I didn't need. I was going to give it to him, or some clay pots. I stopped using clay pots because clay pots dry out your soil. I got it because it was a good thing to have back then, but I was like, no. Clay pots, man, they suck your soil out. The water.
Really?
Oh yes, yes. The clay sweats just like the soil sweats, and so it evaporates your soil quick. So I got rid of them.
I mean, I don't know because I don't have clay pots.
Well, I have none, so I can't speak on it.
I see somebody was asking about something. The zone. Yeah, I'm in garden zone 7B in Central Virginia.
Yep. Well, the temperature is definitely starts. Drop in. This is the time now. Like you
I'm
were
a,
saying, the mood.
oh,
No, like you were saying, with when your season getting short, you got to try get everything ripe in, and not
Right.
yeah,
try to get it producing.
You're right.
yeah, yeah,
Especially you know you're not gonna get them. So it's like, no, let me get these ripe in.
yeah,
Get
yeah,
these watermelon ripe instead
yeah,
of for it to try promoting more.
yeah. Oh, and let me address this moringa thing before I get off of here. So what it is with the moringa, I actually went down to Florida in 2018, and my mom had it in her backyard. So she potted me one up, and I brought it back to Virginia, and I end up splitting it, and I end up having three plants, and I would harvest the bottom leaves, and I would dry them, and I would crush them, and then some of them I would powder, and I would either make it in teas or I would add it when I cook. And I
Mm,
started noticing that anytime I would have moringa tea or it was an ingredient in something I cooked, I was having hot flashes. I was having headaches. And I am very in tune with my body. When something is going on, I start doing a process of elimination. What did I do different that I didn't do yesterday? And I started eliminating things, and that's when I found out the moringa.
Wow.
So I don't discourage anybody from using it, but for me, that's the reaction it gives me. And so once you pick up on something that's not working in tune with you, just I discontinue using. My mother uses it, right? And it really great for her blood pressure. It keeps her blood pressure low. So she loves it, and she uses it like you, planter. She'll just go out and pick a leaf, a branch, because it's
mm.
like
And
little branch
eat
leaf,
it.
and eat it raw. Yeah,
Well,
yeah. That's how. When planter said that, I started laughing because that's the same
Yep.
way my mother
That's
eat it.
yep. I'm used to that. My
to
mom
me,
does it.
it tastes really good. Green like that, it tastes
Because
real
you have
good.
that acquired taste
Yes.
for green stuff. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Like something new comes up, you're used to that because you have the palate. You built that palate for it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Listen, I got to get off of here, y'all. I appreciate it again, Fifi. Always love talking to
All right.
you, farmer,
Sure.
planter. Got you.
Good night,
And
man.
I'm gonna be down in the chat for a little bit. Y'all
Thank
have a
you.
great night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you coming up, man. Thank you so much.
Nice chatting with you.
Thanks for holding it down as well. Thank you, Fifi, for holding it down. All right. Yes. This was a very interesting, long topic tonight. This is
Yes.
what I like. I like
It's
to
good
learn.
conversation.
I like
Yes.
having conversation that you could learn. Somebody you could learn from people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We all learn from each other because that's what it's supposed to be about. Learning from each other. Yes. Well, garden seasoning is, I wouldn't say piping down. I would just, yeah, it pipe down a little because
Mine
it's all
is,
right.
but it's a good time for a fall because you get enough heat during the daytime to germinate those seeds for my fall garden because I do plant a fall garden. But the other stuff is dwindling down a little bit. I'm trying to get my stuff to come to maturity, and I'm watching them, and I'm wondering, is it gonna make it? But yeah,
It's just one, it's just a few plants I have I'm worrying about. The sorrel, the white sorrel. Yes, that
I
pigeon,
don't want
that
to even
pigeon.
have that conversation. My pigeon peas and my
Listen,
sorrel.
I'll be mad. I ain't gonna be mad because it happened to me before. But you see, the thing is with the pigeon peas, the last time it only puts flowers and then the coolness. But then I did plant it pretty late. This pigeon peas, this one is over. We in the 8 month now, right? This thing is like about 9 to 10 months old.
Yeah, it
I
should have
started
already.
something though. Yeah, I should really start
Yeah,
getting, but I'm just hoping.
even the sorrel. I feel like if by September that it didn't put out anything, I'm gonna cut that bad boy down and I'm taking them leaves off and dry it. Hello.
Okay. Well,
I'm
that's
not
what
playing.
happened to me the last
I'm
time.
gonna get something from it.
The last time I had the red sorry the last time.
I
One big
have both red
flower,
and white.
not and not even one flowers. So I'm just hoping.
But what I also did was I planted some in a I have them, they're little seedlings. So I'll bring them indoors. I'll pot them and I'll keep them indoors to see, because I feel like if because to me they when I start them indoors in the winter time, it's harder for them to germinate. So I
Hmm.
already got, excuse me, I
That's
already
true.
got them going.
That's true.
So
If
they'll
you
just,
if you really want to go do a fall and you don't want to buy starts, you should already start sowing your seed on them. No, it's hot. Not don't wait till it's cold. When they gotta be fighting for the, now is the
right.
I'm ex I'm excited to get my Scotch bonnet, then fall green, then inside growing over winter. All that's it, man. Food and more food. Food and more food.
Year
Suppose
round. That's what I want to do, to be
next
able
6
to grow
days.
year round.
Mm.
Oh, Mike, it's colder than I mean, hotter than I am here. We're going to be in the 80s all week, the next week. Yep.
Nine, next 6 days, 90. I mean, 90, that's some good heat to still,
Yes.
But I,
Especially if it's a few days of it. Yes, it's some good heat.
yeah. But last week we did a live last week when who was saying they get 20
Yes.
124 degrees.
Angela and
Right.
somebody in Arizona and somebody in Texas. It might have been
Oh,
CC's
Texas
Texas
Lala.
or Texas Lala.
Somebody, but my
Yeah,
goodness,
maybe Texas Lala.
time my Oko plant try to put out, the heat burns up the pot. Really?
Wow. Because it's probably getting the real direct heat. And if she's,
Yes. Oh my God.
yeah, yeah, that's probably what's going
Because
on.
the truth is Oko love heat. You know what I mean? But I guess not that type of heat that.
Yeah, I feel like they like heat in to get it going. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Because peppers like heat too to get it going. But if it's too hot, then you get that sunburn on the peppers.
Yeah, sometimes, yes.
Yeah.
We will
Which
be.
I haven't had that this year because we only got a couple of days of 90s and now we're down to 80s. We have a stretch of 80s coming. I don't believe the weather is going to get any higher. We're going downhill from here.
June
New England weather.
2050 will be in the hundreds. Damn. Man, I stop complaining. I can't complain no more about the heat. Because,
Wait, I
I
need to
mean, people get it
refresh.
way more than I get in it. Let me see.
I need to
Report
refresh because I'm
text.
not seeing
Made
that.
my area as hot as south. Oh, wow. Supposed to be in 70s. Okay, okay. My Oko is not doing anything. Your Oko not doing nothing, the moon? I don't know. My Oko and them my Oko and them doing really well. They're producing so fast I can't keep up. They
Wow.
turn it hard real fast. By the time
Wow.
you see them liquor so you go back.
2 days.
Yeah. If you ain't got 2 days and you say all right, the third day, when you go they hard.
Forget it. Forget it.
It's like you gotta be in your
What
garden
a waste.
2 days. My Oko and the corn showing off. I get five a day. Okay, all right. Okay. Our heat index.
Wow,
That,
114.
oh my goodness. That's what I'm saying. I can't complain no more.
That's a lot of heat, hot air.
Ah, my, that's nice. Off of the plan. Damn. I have cocoa plant that I get 1 or 2 at a time, but I don't let them get 4 to 5 inches. Just eat one tonight, fresh with cayenne pepper. And it's okay, all right, all right,
That's Coco Cho.
okay. 114 degrees, my goodness. What variety do you call it? Okay, we call, okay. The third is out in open. Okay, like corn and pea shade. Okay, yeah, with that kind of heat, right?
Yeah.
Even now, even though I'm, right now I set some beans because I do believe I can get some harvest from them.
Yeah,
I
your season is longer. You should.
I said like a pound of beans, 2 different type of beans. So I say, you know what, man, I'll get some. Maybe I'll be lucky to get some.
The bush beans, though, right?
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
the runner. Yeah.
the bush beans. I think planter give me whatever it was. Mike, wait, Mike, hold on. Mike, did I give you monkey pepper?
I hope it's monkey pepper seeds I have,
Wait, hold on.
because I'm gonna bring those inside too.
Oh, oh.
I
Well,
have some monkey pepper seedlings.
yes, I think I give. Yeah, I think I give all of everybody
Yeah,
who
you definitely gave me some monkey pepper.
monkey pepper seed. Yes,
But these things stunted so much because I start them inside, eh?
the peppers. Let me see. Heat plus wind only get about 7 miles per hour. May was well not blow at all because it doesn't help. Everything has been growing smaller. Oh
Like they're
wow.
stunted, yeah.
Yeah, that's what's going on. It's the
That's what
heat.
ha- that's what happened with the peppers I started inside. You won't believe how short they still are. That's why I potted them and it's in a pot.
Oh, okay. Okay. I send you the monkey pepper and I send some random seed for you.
A
Okay.
bag of labeled seeds.
Mike, you can figure them out, man.
Like Pandora's box, Planter's box. Everything in there, anything.
Okay. I got one monkey pepper green. Oh, really? Okay, that's
Oh,
good, Mike.
inside, nice.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. They hot enough.
A
Oh my
very hot pepper. Let Planter tell you, because you go
little beans.
talking about, oh, I don't use glove, and you go and use monkey pepper without gloves. Let him tell you
But
about it.
I'm telling you, listen to me, man. When you're dealing with monkey pepper, you gotta use gloves. I'm telling you. That's it, you touch your over your eye earbud. Yeah. You know, this might be you scratch east side boarding.
Ask him how we know.
So I'm warning you, man. Put on gloves. I'm telling
And
you.
Mike don't use gloves. I've noticed in his videos, hot peppers or not, he does not use gloves.
Well,
So
Mike,
beware of the heat in the monkey pepper.
I'm telling you. What is monkey pepper? The moon is a pepper. It almost, if you turn the like if
It
you
have a
turn the
face.
pepper in angle, it is like it have a face. It's like it look like a monkey if you turn in certain angle. And they're pretty though. There are some pretty colors though.
Yeah.
But they hot. I'm telling you right
Did
now.
you grow any this year?
Yeah. I
Still?
have one. Yeah, I have one just bust up in the garden. Just like that. I know I implant that. And I have like two. Because you only need one, you know. This thing be like crazy. You only
Yeah.
need one
Because
plant.
you see, the pepper is smaller too. It's like if you're growing like a top hatter or a habanero or something like that, it
Yes.
throws out a lot of pepper.
Monkey face pepper food. Yeah. Some real hot pepper, man. Mystery seed. Man, listen to me. Everything hot like fire. I put those unlabeled seed in my right bed when they come. All right, Mike.
Let's play a
When the
guessing
start
game.
great,
What
Mike,
seed are those?
you gonna figure them out when they start growing, Mike.
Yep.
You know what? If that happened, I think you know what? I think I was rushing to the post of maybe that's what was happening. I wasn't prepared. So it's like I just say because I don't promise Mike, so I say, let me make sure me get these seeds for Mike. So I think I put the monkey pepper by itself, and then I say, you know what? Let me just add a few more seed for him. But I didn't label them. Sorry for that, Mike.
Mike is
I'm
fine.
gonna
He'll
do that
figure it
next
out.
time.
He'll figure it out.
Wait,
Did you see
don't-
what LP said?
If the that hot is it is hotter than ghost pepper. Listen to me, it's all I know, Miss Jones. Truth, it's hot. It's really, really hot. I'm not sure which one hotter, but it's hot.
Get your
Wait,
gloves. That's
wait,
all.
we say? I don't wait, hold on, let me see. I don't bug me. I cut open Scott's bonnet, rub. Really? Shit, Mike say cut open bottle, rub eyes. Wow. So if they would Scott's bonnet, you must wear gloves. Yep, these things hot. These things you need. I didn't know about wearing gloves. First time I cut by old jalapeno, jalapenos. I wash my hands after, but couldn't figure out why my whole hand burned all night long. Yep, that's what it was. The pepper, man, the pepper. I do monkey pepper with my bare hand. Listen to me. Listen to me. You're naturally feeling the heat going through all your fingernails, Jen.
Man.
I said that again. Scorpion pepper hotter to even though reapers hot on the scale. Really? We don't want scorpion pepper? Okay.
I don't want any of those. I don't want the heat. I want flavor. I would like spicy. I like hot stuff, but it can be hot to be painful. It
Right,
has to
right.
have flavor in it.
I was so bad I actually bought that's what I bought it. That's what was happening, LP. That pepper, man.
Turn up the heat.
Yeah. Leave jalapenos in desert. Okay. Mike like he really love hot pepper, boy.
Pepper jelly over cream cheese with some crackers. Ooh, that tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
I make pepper jelly too. I hate for flavor. I just built up to tolerance over time.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike enjoys his hot peppers for
That's good.
sure.
That's good. That's good. I eat for flavor. I just build up tolerance for overtime. Okay, got you. I mean, I love to grow pepper. I really do. I love growing pepper. But last year, when I realized the amount of hot pepper I had last year, I had also cut it down a little this year because I still have pepper, so much pepper sauce that,
Me too.
you can't use all that amount of pepper sauce. Cause you know what I mean, it's just a little you using
Yeah, because it's hot.
cause it's hot.
It's
So
hot.
I say no, I ain't planting all that pepper this year. But still I end up with a bunch of pepper.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I harvested some jalapenos today and some other some Greek ones that I'm gonna can up too to put in my salads, pickle and can it. So I have like one, two, three, four. I have a lot of hot peppers still.
Even though
Cayenne pepper. I
yeah,
have the top. Yeah, and you think you're putting the seeds in and you're thinking, you know what, I only want one tree, but let me put four seeds.
keys,
Like,
right.
why would you put four in the same thing? Just in case it doesn't germinate. And then you
Yeah,
end up with all those, and then you're like, you know what, I don't want it to go to waste. It already germinated, it's a live plant. So that's what happens to me. So I'm
yeah.
talking for me.
They do have because you don't want to set you want one plant, you don't want to set one seed because you don't know if you're gonna do. But sometimes you set four and the four shoot up really nice.
Yes, really,
No,
really
you don't
nice.
want to take two and throw in compost. You say, you know what, let me just plant them.
Yeah, after it bare, I'll just and then you end up doing having to do all that work in the kitchen now
Yeah,
because you gotta put it away. You gotta, it's just too much peppers.
yeah.
I
I
did say I wasn't because I have peppers stored up from last year, but one pepper that I will continue to grow every year is probably cayenne pepper
yeah,
because I
that's a
have my
good pepper.
uses for cayenne pepper
Yeah, that's a good pepper. I have a
and habanero peppers too. I love habanero peppers. I just take it, I freeze it, and I pop it. When I'm cooking, I just pop it on top the pot. Like when I'm done putting everything in the pot, I just pop it
right.
right there and I cover it, and you get
Let
all that
flavor
flavor
it
in it.
up. Yes, let
All
it
the
flavor
flavor.
it. Yep.
Yep.
I feel like a big girl now. I eat the jalapeno often. I eat my fish habanero this winter. Strangely, it wasn't too much hotter than jalapeno. Maybe because we okay.
I'm not seeing a comment in my chat. Let me go out and come back in.
I'm trying to grow my tolerance. Oh, you're trying to grow my tolerance. Okay, I
For the
know.
hot pepper.
Habanero has a very different taste than okay.
Yes, it does.
I'll stick with bell pepper.
Red, yellow, orange, and green.
Shoot, I hear you. I hear you. Stick with your bell pepper. I understand. Yeah.
Yep, you end up with four plants instead of one.
Mike, yeah, Mike say
It's grassy,
grassy to he. What mean, it's so,
green.
what do you mean? It ain't
The
hot?
taste of it, it's
Oh, okay, got you,
yeah.
got
That's what I'm thinking.
I think it mean the hotness is like, you know, nothing. Okay. At least I'm learning. I had okay, all right. That's what we
Oh,
do.
Dimo don't like spicy either.
The much agree, George.
Listen,
Love them in cornbread.
cornbread.
Yeah, all right.
Wow.
Mike, you really love pepper, boy. For real.
Yeah, in cornbread.
Like you as a you really love some pepper, man. There are so many. Yeah, that's it too. There, listen me. It's so much variety of peppers that you know. What I mean, the and you don't want to plant all because you know pepper is just pepper, and you're trying to plant food, not just flavor. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So, but it's listen me. It's so much different variety of peppers out there. It's like you can't count. I noticed, I see somebody was growing a pepper tree. I don't know the name of it, but you have also small pepper, and it have pepper everywhere on that tree. Small, small little pepper, all different colors. I want to ask them next time I pass, if they're there, I'm gonna ask them what type of pepper is that? If
Do
it's
you
a
know what?
or if it's a sweet. I use cayenne pepper for my flavor. Okay. I have my first cayenne this year. It's one of my best producing. Haven't harvested any yet, but okay, that's good. That's good. Good to hear that. Okay, jalapeno is good. Okay, jalapeno.
Converted.
Spicy for flavor. Can't do the hot. Yeah.
I like some hot.
Jalapeno are
Some
awesome.
great on
Great
tater
on
tot,
tata
piece of
tots.
cheese.
With mm. And I'm learning some recipe from you guys. That's wonderful. Thank you all. I went to a crab boil and they had added pepper to the boiled potato and corn. My lipstick, my lips is down for the entire day.
Yeah. You enjoying them crab legs.
Pardon me. I had the sandwich
Sangria pepper. Sangria
with
pepper.
the bell pepper.
Right.
Could be Sangera pepper pot. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, could be. I really don't know the name. They're small, small pepper, but the tree full with them. Okay.
I was gonna ask you if you
Variety.
know let me see what sangria pepper is. Okay. What
Okay.
color are they? These ones are
Mostly like red, oranges.
oh yeah.
So
It probably is. Yeah,
great. Let me see the cherry pretty.
that's what I'm seeing when I look it up. Where's my camera?
Yeah, that's the tree. That's the same. That's what I'm talking about.
So that's sangria pepper.
Also, she right.
Thank you for that,
She right.
LP.
Thank you for that. Thank you. That thing pretty. Ever see the cherry pretty? I would love to grow them. So LP is the hot pepper or sweet pepper?
Sangria pepper. Oh, hot is sangria pepper.
The small mine is the produce. Okay.
It's hot,
It's hot. Oh wow.
but not hot hot.
Good for flavor, like a flavor.
Yeah, yeah. It's ornamental, but it's hot. People use it in their food. Well, that's what I'm reading here now.
Mm. If you don't hot, try lipstick pepper. It tastes like hot but zero heat. Do you have a pepper named lipstick pepper, Mike?
Yes. He always talk about his lipstick pepper. If you don't like it, try lipstick pepper taste.
Wait, sorry. Go back. Go ahead.
Tastes like hot, but zero heat.
Heat.
Mm.
That's supposed to be a nice flavor.
Mike, you've already got like you conquered that heat. Like it won't be hot for you.
Right.
Yes.
Wow.
So they're saying here while the peppers are edible, be careful if you get it from a nursery because it could be sprayed with pesticides.
Just that's the thing that I'm trying.
Maybe if you get the seeds and grow it for yourself. That's basically what they're saying here.
Okay. There are quite a few
Because
things
it's ornamental.
some people go for decoration because the peppers are colorful. Yeah, that pepper
Very
is beautiful.
pretty.
If when you see that, when I pass and I see the pepper, I say, "Damn, that pepper they pretty." So now I know the name. Thank you. Oregano cells. Those are red fire, very hot. Well, okay, that's another pepper again. Wow. I have some Sangara my first time and it's done maybe 4 or 5 inches in height and it has lots of little teeny tiny pepper on it. It's crazy.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
I had a friend who grew that hottest pepper I've ever seen. Made his own label. One said, "Dear, what for men who can't have children?" Oh man.
My gosh.
This are gonna they call red.
Red fire.
Oh, it's the
Okay.
same one called red fire. Oh, okay, okay. I'm growing mine from seed. Honestly, I'm more into growing stuff from seed. Even fruit trees. I'm setting my own seed now. I know it take way longer, but I'm trying my stuff them from seed.
I feel like for fruit trees, and see that's the thing we've gotten so used to things happening quick for us like this,
Right,
right?
right.
And to me, it's like I won't say deliberate discouragement of growing from seed, whatever it is. As far as fruit trees, 5 years is not a long time these days, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you
And
be
if you could
surprised.
grow
It's true.
something from seed and it takes 5 years, like by the time you realize, oh, it's been 5 years, like just like this. So I don't see anything wrong with growing a fruit tree from seed, an apple tree, whether it's a pear tree, a cherry tree, whatever you want to try. Try growing it from seed. Don't be discouraged. Don't let anyone discourage you. If that's what you want to do and try to do, go for it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
my apple tree I'm growing from seed is doing pretty well.
Good.
It's doing
Nice.
pretty well, and I'm not bringing it in though. I'm leaving it out though, but I will protect like the root and around the body. So I just want to see. And I have two little one coming up again. Well, them I want to transplant them next year.
Mm,
I mean,
nice. Because it's gonna take 4 or 5 years. Who knows?
f- by that time it might be
Because this
right time.
this is see the thing is this is what people would say, right? Oh, it takes 4 years, it takes 5 years, it takes
But you
like
see, what
if I
I'm
grow it myself, then I can tell you what my experience is. If I have the luxury of growing it myself. If I
exactly.
just want to do the journey from beginning from the seed, then that's fine too.
Because
You know?
I have apathy, but I just want us. You see, remember, now what you're doing, you basically preparing yourself, preparing the land. You know what I mean? You planting fruit trees. So yes, it might be 5 years, but 5 years might be the right time when you say
Right,
yes, you're relaxing and no, your fruit tree ready. You know
right.
what I'm saying? And I just feel like growing some food from seed will be a good idea. And that's what I start doing now. Yes, are we gonna call the variety red fire? I grow them. Okay. Some sour that are apparently less hot than okay. Really? That's it.
All right, planter, it's going to be 5 hours.
Yes, I know I was going to say that. I was going to read down these. I was going to say, I got, gotta get holy and so but yes guys, this was very interesting. I enjoy how everybody was interacting and sharing information. LP and Mike give me some pepper name that I never even heard before, so that's
Right,
what it's about
right.
learning, always learning something
Yeah.
new. Thank you, Fifi, for coming up. Thank you,
Oh,
Dimo.
sure.
Yes, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Mike, LP, Jones, Truth, Orban, everybody who come to Boy Blue,
LPT mood.
Life
Yeah.
from Scratch, everybody who come to tonight. We appreciate you guys. And don't forget, every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. Yeah, 5 hours. Wow. But it was interesting. So I didn't even feel I didn't even feel the time. But as always, guys, thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate you guys. And guys, I don't know if you guys are interested, but have we have a channel where we just go on every Friday. Hey boy, Blue going on, man. Thank you. Every Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we talk about the Caribbean islands, them, their culture, the food. If you guys interested, man, you guys can come over tomorrow or every Friday night. We every Friday night we over there. So yes, okay. Thank you, Fifi. That's a link there, guys. If you're interested, tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, this is where we have conversation about the culture. So please, if you're interested, you can always come over. All right. Hey, GT, what's going on?
Is
I know
GT
see
here?
GT do that way. Hold on. I've been here for
Yes.
like
Yes.
four.
Did they
Really?
look for the color?
GT was there for like four and then
He's
four.
been here the whole time.
Yeah, GT.
That's what you call being in the bushes.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for coming, man. We appreciate that. Thank you.
This.
Oh, man. He said,
Wow.
say what color that passion. No, you want to know if the mood say which color the passion fruit was.
No, because the passion fruit didn't. He doesn't know if it's ripe yet, so he's gonna check it out tomorrow or ready for harvesting. Which I would think it's kind of early in the season for it to be ready, but he's gonna keep his eyes out.
They say it's green so far. Okay. I've been in the bushes deep. All right, all right, all right. Well, guys, thanks each and everyone for coming out tonight. This was very interesting. Learn so much from you guys tonight. Thank you, Dimood, for sharing that information, man. Thank you, Fifi. Thanks, everyone, again for coming to tonight. And like I was saying, don't forget, if you're interested in learning about the culture of the Caribbean island and learning about new island that you never heard about, every Friday night, you could always come over there and check we out from time to time. All right?
It's a relaxing show. We have good fun on there, good clean fun, and we highlight the cultures in different islands, and we have a good laugh over there. It's different from gardening and prepping and all this other stuff. It's
Yes,
so
yes.
relaxing. You can
That
relax and unwind over there.
yes. Laughing, fun, jokes. Yes. Oh, I was in the marathon yesterday too. Really.
What marathon?
I was doing a marathon last night. I was just running videos. Oh, really, GT?
Oh, was that late?
Yeah, that was late
Oh,
last
I
night.
wasn't there. Well, look at me
Yes,
now. I'm up.
I start when we start about 11 o'clock, and I
Yo,
was just running
you was in
videos.
here in the bushes deep. Look, you talking about the mangoes.
Wait, wait. Let me see what he said. Let me see. I be resorting all the real mangoes. Yo. Oh wow. Man, listen me. You know what?
Deep
Over there's a
bushes.
on the channel over there's a good place to come because if you really want to talk about mango and know about mango, can we do that too, right? We do that over there as well.
Oh,
Talk
yes.
about the
Yeah.
food, all
The kind
different
of
type of
foods and
food.
fruit and what we call different things. Yeah.
So that's a good hanging out on a Friday if you want to laugh, if you want jokes. Yeah, yes. But yes, guys,
And
thank you
if
guys.
you, even if you have experience in one of the islands, you can talk about it too. Feel free to do
Yes,
that. So
yes,
I mean, because there's a lot of people that are not from the islands, but also have, experience going to the islands, visiting or whatever, tried a fruit or so or type of food. I mean, that's all part of it.
do we get free mango?
Oh, virtual mangoes
Yeah, but you
for
know what?
sure.
Maybe we could get some pictures. Who knows? Maybe get some that we can really show some man. I see what I can do. But yes, mangoes, sweet. Listen me, guys. Really, anyhow, it's fun with LPC. That yes, LP. That well, LP was there last night too when I was running them videos. LP was there all night with me. Yeah,
Um,
I was just running videos on the other channel, garden videos, and it was pretty cool. I want a kiwi. They can grow in Canada. I want the kiwi. They can grow in Canada. Well, if they can grow in Canada, they surely can grow over here, grow in the US. Yes. Let's see.
Hardy curious.
Water mango.
Do you know the variety? Because
Yeah, chipping me out. When she was talking about that one plant, she tried to eat straight out the garden, but it was too potent. Listen to me. That, man, I don't see them thing like crazy,
no,
man.
I was like, nope, I'll pass
Yeah,
on this.
yeah, I got you. Yes, it was good information time. Yes, 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 yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, GT was here from the beginning, like at least from since I came up.
Yes, it's a 5 hour, 4 hours. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
4 hours.
I'll take a water mango, I guess. I eat all my time. Listen to you. Okay. Yes, well, guys, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for coming out. Truly appreciate you guys. And don't forget, every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we appreciate each and every one. You guys have a blessed and wonderful night. Peace, love, and blessing to each and every one of you guys. Good night. Take
Have
care,
a
guys.
wonderful night. Thank you again, Planta.
No problem. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Thank you guys again. Have a good weekend. Sleep good. Stay blessed. Eat healthy. Good night, everyone. Thank you all.